Hi, how you doing? It's a Greg. There it is. You see it. Hold on, it's got a lag. There we go. It's me. I'm here as well. You were probably expecting that already. But within these two objects, we have a full experience of what's going on. I have done a lot of things in between the streams, but like purely managerial organization stuff. Let me go through some of the details. First, and possibly the motivator, I've gone through a lot of the quests and claimed them. So we've gotten a whole lot more coins, a whole lot more random junk, a lot more loot bags. There's plenty that I haven't selected yet because I haven't decided what reward I want. But most of the ones that have no decision, or ones that have advice I want to remember to look at and read, I don't remember if I structured that sentence correctly. The ones that have only one reward with no choice, I have taken. Some of the ones that I knew what I wanted, I have taken. The only ones remaining are ones that have, like, important decisions or no reward, but gives me good advice I want to reread later. But with all that other random junk that I've acquired, I've invented drawer technology to hold some of my various coins. As you can see, we've got a bunch of technicians. We've got a dark wizard corner. Then we have all of our blacksmith and explorer coins set up there. The rest of our coins are still in this box, but it was overflowing. I had to do that. I've also gotten a bunch of loot bags, but I've taken the time to combine them into tier 3 loot bags, which we can now enjoy and open together. I waited. I really wanted to just open them, because I thought they wouldn't be important. I would get nothing of importance, but I did want to respect the desire to share in the merriment of opening a mystery box. So we're going to do that. Rest of the stuff has just been lots and lots of material processing. All of the cassiterite sand has been processed through. I even went through some old redstone ore, all the coal, all the everything. Cassiterite's in here. I've also done electrolysis on a lot of the ash byproducts. And I've allocated barrels for all of them. So we've got our calcium, we've got our potassium, we've got our iron, we've got our phosphorus. Haven't touched the magnesia or the stuff that needs a better electrolyzer. And I remember saying at the end of last stream that this would be a quarter full with just the calcite. It's now 3/4 full with the everything else. So that's fun. That's real fun. It means that even this super tank is buckling under the weight of all of our dang oxygen production. And yet we're still starved. Also, accomplishing all those quests got us a bunch of different finished food products. I have taken a sampling of all those that I have not yet eaten. And I'm now up to 22 hearts. I don't remember what I was at before. I think it was a solid 20. But now it's 22. I also died like 2 times just trying to survive random hostile incursions. But they're fine. I recovered everything. Everything was good. I've lost the levels, but I didn't care about the levels. And speaking of safety and danger, if we look at the map in night mode, you can see that I've allocated this particular rectangle to try and be our official extended base borders. The hope is that working in our heart zone here, we're not going to spawn anything, hopefully. And this is area that we can already say is ours and could expand into as the factory gets bigger. The exact bounds on this are very particular. It is, in the vertical, Z-32 to Z-96. And then in the horizontal, it's X-288 to X-144. So in this line, we're chunk aligned. In this line, so vertically, we're chunk aligned. Horizontally, we're doing some weird fluid ingot metaphor. I don't know. I've also been compressing the cactus coke for no real reason other than it's funny and it saves on inventory space. And I think that's pretty much it. Charcoal barrels, might have moved those around. I've upgraded some chests to iron chests, so there are more iron chests around. I've moved the chest of machine parts downstairs. Don't remember exactly the things I did on and off stream. Both sapling barrels are here. That was probably normal. I think you get the gist. And as a reward for letting me say the gist, let us open these loot bags and see what great, exciting things are inside. We have 9 tier 3 high voltage loot bags. We do not have the infrastructure, resources, or motivation to give them fortune, so we'll take what we can get and just hope for innate luck-based luck. I'm going to do these one at a time so we can evaluate our results. Let's just remember that we only have the bottom and this to go with unless we accidentally get something we're already holding, which could happen. I probably won't notice. In 3, 2, 1. We have gotten small stainless steel fluid pipe. I don't know if we're going to use it as a fluid pipe, but that's a lot of stainless steel. Fluid extract that, maybe macerate it. That's just a lot of stainless steel to use. I'll put it in here for now, but that is good supply. Next up, further along we go, the more likely it'll all be contained to the hotbar. This is very convenient. 3, 2, 1. Ah, muffler. That's also a quest reward. I'm pretty sure the muffler makes the machines quiet. I don't exactly know where the quest is for it. It seems like it might be something in low voltage, maybe even steam. Steam machines do make some noise. I'm sure I'll find it eventually. The haystack of completed quests that I haven't redeemed is now much smaller. We're even getting to a point where I might be able to just identify them at a glance, simply by saying which tiers still have a noise, a notification of a quest to redeem. Could be better bases. It's better bases. A sound muffler. Oh, this isn't even like a case. This is an upgrade. Interesting. That's like a separate item. Also, what's a sound muffler do? Do you have an annoying sheep farm filled with loud, obnoxious, grunting animals that you wish would just shut up? Well, here's that. Well, here's that which... Well, here's that will reduce any sound made in an 8-block radius by 90%, enabling you to get some much-needed peace and quiet. Interesting. AoE muffler. I'll take both. I will put them in the... I guess I'll put them in the technologies I'm not currently using sector. And go back to that in the future. Everything else look good? Okay, third bag in 3, 2, 1. Oh, this looks good. Polytetrafluoroethylene bar. Is this the, like, next level polyethylene? Seems it. And 3 diodes. Fantastic. Now, it's weird to be putting like a non-metal bar in there, but I'll do that for the time being. As for the diodes, let's just... I'll put some advanced technology components here to forward them downstairs later. We got more bags to open. 3, 2, 1. A Bauxia seed. Requires aluminum ore or block of aluminum as soil? What is this? Source of aluminum. So this is an aluminum plant, then. All right, okay. We'll definitely keep that one around. If we make an aluminum farm, that could be the heart of it. Everything else good, everything else good. In 3, 2, 1. Hey, arrows. Not really a utility I use that often, but appreciated. And 2 medium voltage circuits. I don't know the general quality level of high voltage loot bags, but I think we've got some pretty good stuff so far. And we're halfway through. 3, 2, 1. Okay, here's our luck deteriorating. 5 bone meal. Put that in the... I guess it's a mob drop. No. I'll put it in, like, the plant box. One of them, at least. 3 left. 3, 2, 1. 14 raw silicon ingot. That saves me the effort of having to smelt them. Appreciate that. That's a little time save. 3, 2, 1. More polytetrafluoroethylene. Now we have a full stack. Gotta find an efficient, worthwhile use for that stuff. 3, 2, 1. And finishing it off with 1 steak. Fantastic. Well, that was a good interlude. That steak in there. You know what? Let's celebrate by making, like, 2 regular steak sandwiches. Great. Delicious. All right. So the most recent thing I did before starting the stream was I set up this hopper to smelt through all of our roasted iron we got from processing a bunch of ores earlier. And I've also added the malachite dust to that process. There's an argument to be made that maybe I shouldn't be doing this. I should electrolyze it for all that hydrogen and oxygen, but we have so much oxygen and hydrogen is available in other sources. So I think it's fine. We'll just have it be copper, and then we'll have obscene amounts of iron and obscene amounts of copper, and we'll be good on both of those for a while, and we'll also have obscene amounts of tin as well. So things are looking good for the fundamental resources, I feel. Now, what are we actually doing? What's our mission? What's our objective? Well, I've been thinking about how to proceed. And it's kind of weird conceiving of forward progress at this point. Because right now, we're not really trying to push the envelope too hard. We're trying to make resource processing, resource acquisition more efficient. If we were to push the envelope, we would be going into high voltage and maybe getting like some crazy multi-blocks or whatever. We obviously always will have the dimensional goal of getting to the dang moon. There's also beating the normal game by doing Ender Eye shenanigans. Like, there's ways to proceed. They're very interesting. But I think we obviously have to start somewhere, and I think it's okay that the way we start is to just continue improving our processes. Just making those little steps sideways. Not so much going tall, but going wide. And the way I thought to do that is by... The next big industrial thing we have to do is get a lot of steel, because steel is the foundational material of making all of the high voltage machines. It is the aluminum of high voltage. It is the steel of high voltage. If we're making a thing in high voltage, it's going to be made out of a lot of stainless steel and then the circuit equivalent component, which we've already gotten a little bit good, I'd say. But we need the stainless steel. In terms of the material requirements for stainless steel, there are two things I'm immediately concerned with. The first is the chrome. It's like the famously hard material to get because you gotta get all the ruby, you get the redstone, you gotta centrifuge the redstone to get the chrome. It's like very not cost effective. And the other is manganese. Manganese is difficult because while there is plentiful ores that give some manganese, they all sort of treat manganese as like a byproduct or electrolyzed out alloy of not much efficiency. Interestingly enough, manganese ore itself gives us chrome. But you can see that like manganese itself is unavailable. Tungsten ore is unavailable. Pyrolusite ore is available in the manganese vein. And we can see that all of these except grossular, the spessartine, pyrolusite, tantalite, they all give manganese, but very little. Pyrolusite is our best source within those veins, and they're not the most common in the vein. Actually, I am curious with pyrolusite. If we get pyrolusite dust, can we directly smelt it into manganese? No. The era of taking, like, banded iron to iron directly is pretty much over. We're getting it on a material by material basis, and that means electrolyze it, get free oxygen, get manganese out of it. That's a problem, but those ores are available. Ruby is tougher. Not so much tougher because those ores aren't available, it's that those ores are not common anywhere. Like, we've got this redstone vein, which is kind of a no-go. And then we have the illegal redstone vein over here. And that's all. Now, I've been responsible, and I still have our ore of ruby prepared. And we know for a fact that we can get chrome out of that, but there is a better way. In the medium voltage tier, we have this quest, which is locked behind this quest, but that's whatever. Not the point. Ruby juice. By making ruby juice and then centrifuging it, we get statistically 50% chrome. And since ruby juice creation is a one-to-one process of like crushed ore or whatever you're specifically using, it means that one ore object equates to one chrome, statistically. And given that chrome is not that much of the ratio of a stainless steel, I think having like 3 stacks and a bit of chrome will be fine for our forays into high voltage. That will be a good material starting point. Maybe not the technological components, but we can make high voltage circuits. They're just expensive. So I think this is our next goal. We need to juice these ore. We need to juice them. There's one complication with juicing them, and that's this intermediate... Okay, well, one is the fact that we got to build the dang thing. The other is sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide was actually a way I considered making our hydrogen supply. It's kind of like a half electrolysis in a way. You take sodium, you add water, and you get sodium hydroxide along with some hydrogen gas. So the thought was maybe we could like chemical reactor these together, make the sodium hydroxide, and then electrolyze it into hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium. Might be good. But also irrelevant for this, because we want to instead use the sodium hydroxide as a method of juicing. I've already gone with my notes for this Greg Tech session, charted out the exact machines we need to get this working. It's not that tough, but it does give me a goal that I will not so readily distract myself away from. Total construction we need is a medium voltage centrifuge, a medium voltage mixer, a low voltage chemical reactor, 2 medium voltage energy sources, probably just gas turbine because benzene, 1 low voltage transformer, and then I wrote it as trace logistics, which is to say all the things that you do to connect it, the wires, the pipes, the conveyors, the pumps, and all that. But that's our shopping list, which is to say it's our work shopping list because we're building it. Oh. Ah, I have accidentally unfull screened the game. I fix. Frankly, I'm surprised it still showed up. I got the thing set to only do full screen. So we want an advanced centrifuge. Let's put that on the list. There's the list. We want a chemical reactor. Again, medium voltage. No. The chemical reactor is low voltage. We wanted a mixer at medium. Then low voltage chemical reactor. Let's do gas turbine. Now, I don't know a way to represent 2. I know there are ways to do more advanced blueprinting stuff over here, but I forgot them. And then a transformer. We're going to do step down from medium voltage to low voltage, so that's good. Let's begin. Gonna need some major components for all of these. Let's start with the hardware. Check out all our steel now. So these 2 steel should be good for the transformer and the chemical reactor. Next up, we need the aluminum. Given 2 generators, 3, 4, that should be exactly half a stack, and this is simply for the hulls. Bend it. Let's go. Next up is the... Okay, assume we have enough poly... I forgot to mention, I took one of the high voltage tanks we have, which might be the only one we had, and I'm using it to hold all the dang polyethylene. It's already about 2/3 full, which is concerning. It's actually stopped because we're backed up on charcoal, which honestly is fine. It means that the benzene is full, and that's nothing we have to worry about. But it also means that we should probably invest in getting more super tanks for all of our liquids. And we're just going to become like a whole chemical facility. Just tanks everywhere, pipes everywhere. It's the new logistics. It's a little wild. Next up is cables. If it's 4 hulls, we're going to need 8 copper cable. We're also going to need some amount of tin cable, of which I think we have none. Alright. Well, we can make some. Maybe I should add some of the cassiterite to my long smelter. After all, cassiterite sand is not something we can use directly. Still, it shouldn't take much. Most of the stuff we're going to be making by volume is medium voltage. Vending machine, going to take those out so the 32 aluminum plates can be made. And we are away. Got a bunch more fluid cells with fluids in it from all the quests as well. Like multiple stacks of empty cells now. Some hydrogen, methane, LPG, seed oil, heavy fuel. More seed oil. Glue. Actually, no, the glue was from an off-stream repairing to my hazmat suit, which has already become more damaged over time, so we may need to double up on glue. Making glue is actually pretty easy. You just take the glue here and turn it into other glue, and that's fine. Circuit setting 8 as always for our hulls. Plenty of polyethylene. At least when processing cold fluids, we can effectively transport it any amount of distance we care to have. Like, we're good for that now. I think, now that I do the math, this will not be enough tin cable. After all, a lot of this cable's about to go into making a transformer. So how do we solve that? I'm going to need to make motors and stuff. I'll need that copper nickel. Plastic, clay, plastic. I'm just assessing the inventory. There's our battery. There's a bigger battery. What form is most of our tin in right now? Four form. Yeah, we have the tin. We have methods of processing the tin. It's just that we don't have it in a ready form for me to use, which is annoying, but we'll manage. Meanwhile, let's make that transformer, and let's make that transformer from memory, because I am cool like that. Boom. As far as things we'll need for the... Well, I guess we can remove low voltage transformer off the list. You're gone. Gas turbine is just a bunch of electric motor, medium voltage circuits. I don't think we have every medium voltage circuit we need, but I know we have enough spare resources in the clean room to just make that happen regardless. Which means the big question is just, can we bronze rotor? And the answer is probably. Yep. So I'm gonna... I don't remember my exact ratio, but 30 is going to be safe for 6 rotors. If it's 5 each is the worst. I think it was actually 28. Oh, fluid solidifier. Wrong machine. Either way, there's no harm. There is no foul. Let's gather up all the medium voltage circuits that we've happened to stumble across in our adventures here. We've got 2 here, and we may have 1 or 2 more in the clean room. Barring that, I will have to make some more ourselves. And by ourselves, I mean with the circuit assembler, which is very convenient and good. Yeah, we have 1 more. That's not good enough. Let's see, we're going to need effectively 8. I'm guessing. I'm correct. No, we're going to need 10. Interesting. Well, then let's craft, I don't know, just a bunch. One of the problems here is that we have a very particular recipe we use now. Microprocessor is fine copper wire. Integrated processor is what we're looking for. And it would be with soldering alloys. So this is our target. So resistor, capacitor, transistor. Resistor, capacitor, transistor. Put them in there. We've got 7 plastic boards, but I know we have more outside. Accidentally shifted myself out of reality. What was the final thing? Ah, yes. The central processing unit. How many more do we have of those? 7. I'm going to have to start putting down notes of exactly what makes what. This is the diamond/glass lens. Okay. How many does that make? 8? I guess going for 15 isn't that bad. Over some of our plastic boards so that we know how many we currently possess. Actually, with a lot of the ratios here, like we have 60 capacitors, 60 fine red alloy, we will be making exactly 15 of these. Check this. Performance is good. We will not have any problems. I suppose I could start. Yeah, we should have 3 amps going in here. And we're only making 1 of these cuts, so that should be fine as well. Maybe we should cut some more. Seems to be like the most important component. Just in terms of volume, a lot of our computer elements are starting here. It all starts with this. A wafer containing the ultimate processing. 60, 100. This thing is even using like half an amp of medium voltage. We're fine. 2.5 amps. Going through a 4 amp copper cable with 3 amps of power being generated at once. We're fine. One problem is that we no longer have the output running, which is unfortunate. They'll stockpile here then. As soon as that finishes, we can swap in and the other 8 can be built. Even 1 more would be enough. Actually, 0 more would be enough. Assuming you can mix and match these. And boom. Alright, in you go. We're out of capacitors. Right, the... silicon rubber. Right, these are made out of aluminum and polyethylene. Polyethylene is abundant. Aluminum is not, but we have some, so it's okay. As much as all of the circuit components are cheap, relatively, and very simple to assemble at whatever tech level we need, they are also still very... like, we make them fast, but we also consume them fast. Not as perfect of a system as I was hoping. Okay, the malachite's going through. That'll build up to about there or so. How's the siderite going? Pretty good. Let's refill you while I'm here. Need plenty of tin. Oh, wait. We are going to need some low voltage circuits for the chemical reactor. It is indeed 2. And tin rotor. I forgot about tin rotor. One thing at a time. Ah, we've made a 7th rotor. Motors, we need 2 motors for that, 1 motor for this, 4 motors for that, so we need 7 motors of medium voltage. We can do 8. It's been a while since I've made motors. I'm being reminded of how expensive it really is. Well, let's say 4 steel, 8 aluminum, and it's concerning just how fast we're burning through our aluminum once again. best way to do this would be rod setup here. So full rod there. Then we'll do steel. Maybe I should have done the steel first so I could get them polarized, but polarization's not that slow. It is interesting to me how everything we've done and are doing is now converting into almost like warehouse inventory management. We're no longer saying, hey, we're low on synergy. We're not saying, okay, we need this, this, and this. Let's go assemble them so we can make the machine. We're saying, okay, we're getting low on capacitors for our general purpose circuit supplies. Maybe buy a few more cases of those so that we're balanced out on our inventory for later. Like, I'm gathering materials, perspective on me needing to make stuff out of them later. I think to some extent that's really, really nice. What's the best way to make a sheet out of... I have nothing. So in 0.2 seconds you can turn a plate, or in 0.4 seconds you can turn an ingot. So the question is then, which one's faster to solidify? 1.6 seconds. 1.6 seconds. Numbers add up. We want to plate the polyethylene. Stop that out real quick. Thank you for your service in making 1 million pipe. Please make 1 million plate. And plate is doubly good because we use it in the plastic production as well. Plastic board. So if we just have polyethylene plastic being processed into plate, we can partition that processing into... I'm struggling to find more P words to continue this joke. But the point is, we can split those plates that we're making right now, the sheets technically, into making capacitors and into making the circuit boards. Maybe I should make like a Factorio-style mall for polyethylene. This tank exists, there should be like, it should go out to like separate fluid solidifiers. One for plates, one for pipes. They just fill up a barrel. Maybe I can set the inventory size of the barrel to be smaller somehow, or maybe just use a chest and fill up the rest with singular cobblestone. But we are, in principle, almost overproducing polyethylene. We could just make the end products first. Especially if we have to keep making conversions like this. Set there temporarily. Bonk. Okay, let's go assemble some capacitors. Will this just work as is? No, but I reckon it's close. Circuit setting 3. Lovely. That should give us a good capacitor supply for a while. And I think even the ratio is correct. I had a stack of plate of aluminum, and I'm going to have 2 stacks of plate of polyethylene. Which I think means that once this is all through and through, we'll have the correct amount. I am perhaps mistaken. I think the ratio was the other way around. Yeah, it was the other way around. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Funnily enough, we're now struggling with the fact that this thing needs to be emptied into here. Here's our aluminum. Put these here. The steel will be processed shortly once it's done being solidified into rods, and we can move on to the next step of the process. I don't consider it a mistake to make these extra polyethylene sheets. We can put them straight into the plastic processing line. Does I remember which reactor code? Here's here. And we're in luck. That's what we were missing. Unexpectedly, we're now in the market for a lot of foil byproduct. Who knew? Final rod. Polarized, yeah. Ooh, nice timing. Restock that tin. Okay, these rods are ready. We got our 2x copper nickel wire, and there is our 8 motors. We can now start constructing the machines. I'm going to start with the gas generators, naturally. I do not recall the exact recipe, but I mean, this has got to be close, right? Maybe it's wire there and then like that. Maybe it was motor in the middle, wires on the end. Maybe I'm completely forgetting some other component of this recipe. All right, fine, I'll check. Oh, of course, it was bi-motor on the bottom. Fool that I am. Now let's see if this works. I hope it does. It does! Okay, next up. I'm going to leave that there because it's an important resource. Centrifuge seems to be the simplest. It's just motor. The hull. I wonder why it takes so many medium voltage circuits to make a centrifuge. Like, what particularly makes it so much more computationally intensive? Finally, the mixer. Put that on the line just so I can see it. Doot. Motor there. Yeah, I calculated we needed 7 motors and I made 8 because that's a nice convenient number. Oh! We did need an extra motor rotor. Well, now I feel silly for melting down the one earlier. Not too bad. All we lost was some EU. Oops. Yup. 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 Fear me and my hubris, huh? Let's just, Okay. Okay. This is fun. I'm pretty sure that's not even the first time I did that. Well, at least it recycles well, you know. But I haven't made large fluid cells manually before, so... Okay, bronze... Yeah, okay. So... 8 steel and 1 bronze is the correct recipe for it, so I guess I can just make some more at my convenience. But wow. Wow, that's embarrassing. We're out of large steel cells that are empty. Doesn't bode well for the convenience of fluid processing, but we can make some more. In fact, let's make some more right now. We have the technology. It is 4, correct? Yeah. So to double this up, I'm going to use my newly acquired West wrought iron hammer, which I just have. Then the circuit setting is 1. Put those in, these out. Those in. Okay, so ultimately we lost like 5, 6-ish ingots of bronze to that debacle. A survivable loss, I would say. We'll endure. We will endure. Okay, well, look at the checklist. We only need the chemical reactor now, which is a tin rotor, some LV circuits, some tin cable, a motor, and a tin rotor. Well, and a desire to start building that out. Circuit here, hull here, motor here. We're going to need 2 cable, 2 glass, and a tin rotor. Do we have a tin barrel still? Answer is no. That was unexpected, though. Maybe we're storing them as screws. Either way. We know what to do. And then... yeah, I definitely think storing them as screws. Cable's complete. Back to here. Wait, get some glass from the glass pile. Glass in. Rotor in. Cable in. There's our chemical reactor, and this is everything we need to make the juicer. Aside from decent material processing. In order to synergize with the fact that the juicer produces excess hydrogen that needs to go somewhere. And I would remind myself exactly how that hydrogen is formed. The sodium hydroxide produces it as a liquid, so that is easy. Also, this intakes water, so siphoning off of this water line should be fine. In fact, it's almost perfectly positioned for this kind of work. Let's put the juicer, like, in this corner. Remember, we probably don't have the excavator on us, but we do have a regular shovel. Oh! Here's the power source. I should start labeling my creations. Invent some signs. Just make one that says the juicer. Okay, it's clear to me that we have accidentally dug into the cactus farm. Oh, wait, no, I think we've specifically dug into the cactus farm's, like, underground channel to get the materials out. No, yeah, because this is the cactus farm barrier. Okay, emergency drainage sector right there. I want to see exactly what we're getting ourselves into. That's the water. Further ingress. And I reckon that means that this entire line going that way will be infested. I am correct. Better idea. It is within our technological capabilities to substitute this for a better system. Put some of the tin away. Give me some inventory space to work with. I know I've got a bunch of machines and stuff, but here's the idea. All we need to fix that is one hopper and a bunch of tiny item type. Surprisingly, we're out. Well, good thing we got this tin. How much do we need? Let's count. I think one crafting of tiny item pipe gives you 12, so let's use that. So, hopper right here. And we could even go along the line, even though that's sort of, like, physically weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ish. So one craft. One craft is all we need. We'll do that. Is there an assembly machine craft that makes a pipe, like you put in the assembly machine the plates and then put a circuit setting and it makes a certain size pipe? Checking that. Probably would have been easier to just... Okay, it doesn't. I guess they want the extruders and stuff to actually have a point. Can't deny that they indeed will. If we're doing this, then we're also going to need 1 chest and 5 iron. You know, for the hopper. There's that. Put in our iron. Put in our chest there. Wait for the iron. Meanwhile, we shall make the pipe. It is wrench and hammer. The exact orientation I don't remember. This is tin. This is tinny. It only makes 8. That's not enough. So I shall complete another one of that. You make a hopper, please. Thank you. It's weird. I'm spending tin to save space. Like, that's all I'm doing here. I completely missed your message there, Lark. I don't exactly understand it, but it's generally presented as a funny statement, so I choose to laugh at it anyway. All right. You're welcome. Oh, I forgot my hopper. Get all the construction materials, and let's save us some space. I wouldn't be so worried about saving space if water wasn't hazardous to all that we have created. Okay, so... I will make the vertical substitution. Like, I will do it like this. Understandable. We most certainly do not agree on music. I'm just gonna have it point up into it just for consistency's sake. These all should be connecting. This is the outer edge of the thing, so we do that. Merge. That should be everything. We can also take this hopper. I guess we could have just moved that hopper from one zone to the rest, but details are unnecessary. Put the dirt away, put the considerate away a little bit, sand away. I know my inventory is a mess. As always, it comes in phases. But this means that we should now have a lot more space clearance to just dig up the roof. Ceiling, I guess. There's the pipe. Proof of our success. We gotta relocate a torch for that. Unless I have torches, I have torches. Nice. This is plenty of room. Way more than we need for the juicer, but we can expand further. Alright. So power can come from below, even. Oh, we're gonna need some good cable for this. I did the math, and we need to make sure that the 2 gas turbines are reaching every machine in the line. Which is actually a very particular requirement. So we're going to need like 2x annealed copper for this, which we have none of. Holding a cactus. I guess I picked it up when I was messing with the system. Okay, we have some anneal. How much anneal do we need? If it's 2x, 1 ingot goes into 1 cable. So this will be 4 wire, and I have to imagine that's enough. And you go. So we'll try that. Away, rotor away. Rotor's technically the large gear in my terminology. So the system. The chemical reactor is technically first. It also should be the closest to this because it uses the water and it outputs the hydrogen. So it's also what's going to be attached to the transformer. It's the step down. This is in step down mode, yeah? Yeah. In that case, it will go... This is the water line, so... The water pumps in here, it could go out here, but I want the out to go that way for the... This is going to be awkward in ways that I have not actually accounted for. Because we need tiny piles of sodium hydroxide. Doing it like this, we're going to get regular piles. And then we're going to have to make the piles smaller to get the juice. Like, there's no bulk variant of this recipe. Which means that technically these 2 processes are going to be separate. How do we reverse this? How do we go to smaller? Oh, you can do this in a chemical bath. Interesting. Yeah, it's just manual separate it yourself, chump. And you know what? I will separate it myself, chump. Maybe in that case, we don't really care all that much. say water in here, hydrogen out there, back out there. This is too close. Yeah, I'm gonna make these two separate processes. So this chemical reactor will take in power there. It'll output items here, I guess. And then separately, we'll have the juicer over here. And the reason I want the item output is because I want that to just be fast and simple. And also because we have some spare pumps that we can just use already. I put that on the correct side, yeah? Yeah. To that. Okay, so that's connected. This is the water line. We need this to go, like, right over and down. Let's get a handful of those plastic pipes for water. Might as well just hold the stack. So, boop, boop, boop. Bop. Bip. You now have water in you. The recipe is circuit setting 1. And in principle, I just add salt now. And I don't know, I can put like a chest here and just be like, hey, this is where I'm doing my stuff. Which is fine. Meanwhile, let's make the juicer part of this. Okay, this is main power to the juicer. Wire cutters. Used to do anything but that. Okay. Now, the juicer starts with the mixer. To make the juice, you mix the juice. You take the ingredients, you mix it. So, mixer, centrifuge. Now we're gonna need the screwdriver trick, yeah? I think we are. Drive. We do not have the driver. Let's get the driver. Driver in here? No. There you are. Love the driver trick. Learned it when making the benzene pyrolysis oven setup, and it is actually very useful for catalysts and the like. So, the juice. We mix the juice. Yeah. Let's see what you're saying. We're gonna need 1 hydrochloric acid. We can make that at will. And then when we centrifuge the juice, it will make a hydrochloric acid, so allow input from output, allow output from input. These are outputting fluids to mix and match. Oh no, I've been sent context. You appear to have sent me 2 things. A YouTube video called Juicer Gambit, and then a song. I will follow these instructions. Okay, you know what? I'll do that to celebrate making the juicer. And you probably won't hear it on stream when I do, but it will be real. Okay, circuit setting is 1 for making the juice. And extracting the juice is also circuit setting 1. Okay, next step is we need hydrochloric acid as a catalyst. This is practically a machine part, as far as we care for it. Hydrochloric acid would be hydrogen and chlorine in a chemical reactor on circuit setting 1. I'm sure we've got a spare hydrogen somewhere around, and I know we've got spare chlorine. After all, it's right here. Now we just need a spare chemical reactor to do that on. We can't use this one because I've already filled it with water, so I'm going to use the one for the solarizer. Coincidentally, that's already what it was made to make. So, 1 HCl in there. And the juicer should be ready. All we need now is to test it. Nominally, to test it, we're going to need 2 things. 3 things. 2 things. 1, we're going to need sodium. And 2, we're going to need ruby in some form of decomposition. I'm going to take half a stack just to prove it has potential, but not on like a full load. Next up is sodium. I think we made a barrel for sodium. We did. It might be the case that a stack of sodium is overkill, but it also means that maybe we only have to do this once. Worst case scenario, we can electrolyze the sodium, get more hydrogen and oxygen. Go. Yeah. Circuit setting 1, sodium, water. What is the... Oh, there's no power. Okay. That's It's a silly little problem we've got here. Okay. There we are. And there we go. Now, two things should happen. One, hydrogen is made and it gets put into this pipe. Two, sodium hydroxide real. What's important about the hydrogen is that's going to be used immediately in its processing to make more, well, eventually down the line, sulfuric acid. Which can then be cycled infinitely into our other processes. I forgot what the first ingredient of this is. No, I think it's just sodium. The other ingredient was like the chemical here, which will come out of the H2SO4. I think. Which is water. So once that fills up on sulfuric acid, it'll make water, it'll go back, it'll make the NaOH. Okay, we're good. Now let's get the credit for the quest. Perfect. We got that quest twice. Maybe there's another quest of it somewhere. Now we just need this. Good. Let's eat one of our various major foods. I'm pretty sure I haven't eaten a veggie sandwich all day. Even like pre-stream time. Okay. Wait, did I just like bring over the ruby ore perfectly as is and put it in? No, I'm just holding it. Okay. Let's go macerate this stuff. Now, because we're not doing any like secondary macerator efficiency process, there's no point in using the forge hammer on this. We'll just make us our crushed ore and we'll use that. And meanwhile, I would like credit for the quest, even though it's happening in the machine completely. So once we make the first ruby juice cell, we want to not let it proceed until we get the credit for it. Tiny pile will be easy. We were a bit too early on the HCl, so I'll just go glitch into a pipe. Stop it. Okay. Pick it up. I'm holding it. Unpick it up. Maybe turn this to circuit setting nothing so that it doesn't craft, so we'll have time to pick up the juicer. Meanwhile, we're going to have like 3 stacks of sodium hydroxide, which will translate into 27 stacks of tiny sodium hydroxide. I don't think we'll have to run that thing ever again. For juicing, at least. stack is halfway through. Dramatic diabolical lightning is concerning me. I don't want it to accidentally strike something and cause it to explode, which I don't know if it's a threat or not, but I'm not gonna test it. After all, this version of Minecraft does not have the vanilla lightning rod, so we cannot control the storms. Actually, I don't know if that's true. There could be some storm controlling method in the mod pack. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a lightning rod that you could just like have it hit something and get like IV power for like 20 seconds or something. I should put some decorative plates on those pipes just so I stop glitching into them. Okay, here we go. Crushed ruby ore is in. Take one of these. Actually, how much do we need for a full stack? It would be like 7, yeah. Just about. Alright, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Well, it works. And the juice is over here. Let's pick it up. Okay, retrieval chest. Okay, optional. Retrieval is check. Retrieval is check. Final retrieval is do the crab. Ball. Surface setting 1. Now it'll just keep alternating back and forth as it like takes the HCl. We could use more HCl to better parallelize this task. However, I don't care. What do you do with aluminum hydroxide? Chemical reactor with more sodium hydroxide and hydrofluoric acid equals cryolite and water. Interesting. Blast furnacing it with nothing turns it into alumina, which I guess is aluminum source. Awkwardly hard material to process, I suppose. Oh, no, this is how we get it. I want to know what we do with it. Packager makes it more bauxite. But yeah, it seems like you make cryolite out of it or you make alumina out of it. Which is a little unfortunate. I would have loved to steal the hydrogen. And we can't steal the hydrogen out of the alumina quite yet because that requires a high voltage electrolyzer. All in all, wait, that doesn't even let me take the hydrogen. What a ripoff. Hey, look! 12 chrome! And more to follow. I think I'm gonna put down another chest, even if it's not actively dumping into that chest. Just because aluminum hydroxide is a very niche material. And we're gonna need to place. We also get free vanadium, which I don't know what I'm doing with. What does one do with vanadium aside from turning it into vanadium pentoxide, and that's apparently good? Hot vanadium ingot for vanadium. Go to the mechanical parts. It's got all the plastic material. Don't know, but I have it. And this is gonna be plenty of chrome now. The juicer has solved our woes. Some of them, at least. Manganese is still gonna be a thing. Well, you were busy. Made a hydrogen, have you? Yeah, I suppose it's bulking up on sodium persulfate. That's good. Oh, you've been busy. I need to restock your sodium. Sulfur, sorry. Start with an S. The machine come to life. All right. Well, let's let it run, I suppose. Actually, no, we don't want to run because we're listening to a thing. I have no way of really. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the logistics of this in terms of streaming it because I'm going to experience this, and I'm sad you're not going to experience this. I think I have an idea. So this is a 2-step process. I was given 2 things, is what I mean. Step 1, I'm going to ask why I can't do what I'm trying to do with this. Darn it. I was thinking browser source. I was also thinking just window capture while I have it in picture-in-picture. But I'm not getting the picture-in-picture prompt, which is strange. Is it because this is technically a short? It's me there. Just not on the video. YouTube, you're being anomalous. I am inconvenienced by your shenanigans here. Okay, going on short theory on why this isn't working. If I interact with it as a short instead of as a video, will it suddenly give me that option? No. I guess there's like some fundamental difference in the way that videos and shorts are provided to the world. Very strange. Okay, well, they're gonna try and stop me. I can't be stopped. Look at how unstopped I'm gonna be. I'm gonna cheese this. I'm gonna provide a nice, healthy amount of cheese to this. I'm gonna MacGyver the heck out of this. Here's the plan. If you're wondering, I'm gonna okay. Classic bit of shenaniganery here. I'm going to I'm gonna make like a bootleg website embed here. I'm setting this up right now, and hopefully this will allow me to do both parts of this. But basically the idea is I'm taking... So this is a short, so it's doing additional inconveniences to me. I should actually get to the explanation. I have gone to hit website blank.org, which, as you might expect, is just a blank website. It's got, it's got some basic HTML involved, mostly just a million line breaks, but it doesn't really matter. And I've copy pasted the YouTube embed of, in this case, the VCS chess tournament. But that's not what's important. What's important is that I'm going to swap out that link for the short. And by doing so, it should turn it into a video embedded on the page currently. And it has decided that this is actually going to cause it to glitch out obscenely. This is no longer working. Never mind. I thought I was being clever. I guess I was not being clever. I'm out of ideas. I guess I just... I guess we go like dumb and simple. Just do window capture. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll vaguely shrink it to reasonable dimensions. And we'll just go from there. And we're in respect for what I've had to go through to get this to work. We're not... I ain't cutting. We're just gonna have it. Check out my browser. Okay, next step is do this. Okay. And then we're just gonna play the video. I've gone through so much effort just to do this one thing. All right, here we go. I hope it was worth it, Lark. Okay, we got loop off. I just wanted to check. Here we go.
The dummy wants your juice. He pushes the teeny pawn, trying to trap the juicer. Let him trap out the juicer. Because this is the way. If dummy gets the juice, you get the chicken. If the dummy is not dumb enough, what to do? Bring out the other juicer. If he takes, again you get the chicken. If bro tries to stop the mate, you sacrifice the fatty queen. The fatty queen dies, but the black king cries.
I know a lot about chess. I don't know enough about... What do you mean that's part one? Oh, right, you mean of the two things you sent me. I don't know. I don't think... The second thing you sent me, I think, is just like a SoundCloud link. The first 20 seconds of part two. Okay. I don't think I need this anymore. Let's get that away. Because this one's a purely auditory experience. So we're good to just have it.
We're being dominated. Go on the aggression.
Up in the bony, bring out the juicer. Up in the bony, bring out the juicer. Up in the bony, bring out the juicer. Dummy, so this is the way.
Yeah, you don't see the bottom till you hit it. Thanks you, Tyler.
Okay, I think I understand why this was a part two. So this samples that. I feel like I've learned something today. Oh, they were jigs. They actually just did it again. I mean, I guess if they were gonna be in this song, it must imply that the juicer gambit's a pretty big deal. we got the juice. we did get the juice though. Look at all this juice. Great. Great, great. My train of thought is gone. It's been destroyed. It's been replaced with the juice. I got juiced. This ruby is getting juiced. And now this is making... Are you... Yeah, you're done. Okay, so this machine may never run again because of just how much sodium hydroxide we have. Alright, so here's the math. Statistically, we should be getting half chrome. We put in a stack of crushed ruby. So this should be half a stack, basically. And the ratio is correct. 33, actually. We got a bit luckier. We're in front of the bell curve, but we're still very solidly in the middle of that dang bell curve. So, good stuff. Even got a... Is that iron real? Was that one of the possible results of this? The juicer... The juicer... Oh, juice. Yeah, we do get iron out of this. Great. Vanadium, iron, magnesium, chrome, and aluminum hydroxide. Well, the juicer's complete. It's not a machine we'll have to be running perpetually, so this also means we have a spare centrifuge just around in case we want to centrifuge stuff, which we might. In fact, where's the Tetra stuff I was centrifuging before? What's the tetramino? Tetrahedrite. Right, because we wanted the antimony out of this. Let's juice it. It's not being juiced. It's simply being centrifuged. Bonk. There we are. If this is doing it in rounds of 8, then we do that. Take this tetrahedrite, put it back in the box. Alright, juicer complete. Chrome supply secured. Ostensibly, we now have more stainless steel we can make. Manganese is available. It's just pain to extract. But we do have it. There it is. Actually, we have exactly 33. Combined with our 33 chrome, we could argue for making a little bit of an investment in our stainless steel supply. What is the recipe for stainless steel anyway, again? Where'd they put that dust? There'd they put that dust. We got two options. I think they mostly just changed the distribution. Yeah, you either like make Invar as an intermediate step or you don't. But like the ratio involved is identical. So let's just go as circuit setting 2. So 6 iron dust, 6 nickel. Sorry, 6 iron dust, 1 nickel, 1 manganese, 1 chrome makes 9 stainless steel. Going off of the map, we've got half a stack of chrome, half a stack of manganese, we get a half a stack of nickel, and then 3 stacks of iron. Combine that, we get like 4.5 stacks of steel, stainless. And I think I'm happy to do that. Let's do that. So, whoop. Your nickel. You kind of got discoloration in barrel form. You're hard to identify. I envisioned the nickel being a lot bluer than it is here, but that's probably because of the lighting. And then we'll keep one of each just to help identify to yourself that yes, this is our supply, and yes, we only have one left. So half stack of that, half stack of that. Gonna need to clear the inventory. And in terms of mixer, we can just use the juicer mixer. It's available. Might as well. Tank in there. Hopper in here. That'll give a half stack for the chrome, and then we have room for... We need room for 6 stacks, so put the chests away, and there's our 6 iron. As far as where we're going to get this iron... 4 here. 2 here. Quick go to circuit setting 2, put in this. Save 1. That. And aside from the fact that we have not nearly put enough iron in there for all of our needs, this is all there is. Over the course of 45 times 32 seconds, we shall have everything we need. Actually, if it's 45 times 32 seconds, that's effectively like 25-ish minutes. Let's just round that up to a half hour and say that in a half hour, provided we babysit putting in more iron, which in truth we're going to have to... Oh no, we're also going to have to Babysit putting in stainless steel. Putting out stainless steel. Maybe I should get that hopper back real quick. Nothing like a little simple automation to make things easier. We're expecting 4.5 stacks of stainless steel, so this hopper is sufficient space. Now all we need to care about is restocking the iron every once in a while. I'll put the iron in here so I don't forget it. I will forget it. But when I remember, I'll go over there and see that it's there, and it'll be like, yay. Everything else going good. Polyethylene machine still polyethylizing at its own pace. Separately, we should start processing this stainless steel. And we may want to use our grandiose supply of oxygen to do it. So how about we take an entire stack of empty cells, fill them, take, I don't know, just however much stainless steel we got right now. EBF recipe calls for 11. It is 11 usually when you're boosting the speed with oxygen. About time we started getting a good use out of our oxygen. So this will lower the crafting time from 85 seconds to 60. I don't know in context if we're getting any boost acceleration. We are already at high voltage. We'll see. Nope. No boost from the Canthal. What's the next coil upgrade? I'm emotionally invested in getting it right now. It requires this. At the end of the unit. Okay. That's just the speech going on. But this is the vacuum freezer. Do we need it? EV circuits, which we can make. High voltage pumps, which we can make. Gold cable, which we can make. Frost-proof machine casing is aluminum, which we can make. Despite everything, we can make this. But do we really need it? I don't think so. Nitrom heating coils are molten Canthal, which is medium voltage fluid extractor. We can do that. We just need the Canthal for it. And nichrome wire with classic mica insulator. What's the problem then? I assume it's in the details of nichrome. Yeah, the hot nichrome needs to be cooled. Nichrome itself is just made in the EBF on nitrogen or nothing. Canthal level, we can... Oh, wait, hold on. I found a problem. We need EV level voltages here. So we would have to upgrade our EBF to high voltage input patches. That's the problem. But then cooling it okay, you need the vacuum freezer because you can't use the chemical bath. I see. So you do need the vacuum freezer. So you do need this. What it doesn't tell you is you need the high voltage energy hatches as well. Inconvenient. Inconvenient, I would say. Yeah, we can take this one. Another complimentary loot bag we can open. We got a lot of stainless steel fluid pipe now. I'm curious. Oh, it's not even the small variant. It's the regular variant. Cool. Ignoring that. Bag. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, well, there's wheat. Sort of a neutral item. What are you? Blaze reed. Is this a farmable source of blaze rods? It even functions. No, it's not a blaze rod. It functions as a blaze rod, I think. Yeah. What's the Natura hopper about? You got stats on this thing, or? Oh, it's just a Natura hopper. Well, in the long term, this is fantastic news. It means I don't have to deal with any blazes. We just have the blaze reed as our blaze rod and do all of the blazy stuff, like turning it into a blizz rod, apparently. Boiling it. Oh, I guess it's a fuel source. Yeah, makes sense. Doing the regular things, turning it into blaze powder. Make a long blaze rod out of it. Like, it's everything normal. It's just blazing. Fantastic. Well, I definitely want to farm that. Does it have any other... Well, okay, there are plenty of functions for it, I guess, but... I was curious what they are. Oh yeah, I was doing a lot of material processing, wasn't I? What's this? Oh, the tetrahedrite. Yes, yes, yes. I remember now. Because that didn't match anything I was thinking of. I worried that the stainless steel got moved over to the centrifuge and then decomposed into completely different elements for some reason. But no, the fault was mine. I forgot about the tetrahedrite. Cool. Everything's feeling fine. Happy about that. Right, then we go over here, the centrifusion, we got plenty more steel. Let's give these ingots their appropriate home. Well, the hot silicon we naturally want to cool off, so do that. Pulsating iron we can take for the super tanks. In you go. In you go. Oh, perfect. The copious amounts of copper is done. Which means I can now convert to doing crazy amounts of pin processing. So much so that I have an idea. Axe. Wrong axe. Correct axe. That. Good. And then we do this. Oh, we're gonna have to restock this on charcoal frequently. Not that it's a problem. We're actually running into the problem of making too much charcoal. Like, we filled up this barrel, and now this barrel's about to be full. That's the power of having enough logs to just automatically fuel your coke ovens indefinitely. Control grade is being cleaned. Okay. The factory is working. Let's work on the factory. Prep up our stacks of capacitors. For the most part, we don't need to worry about getting more diodes unless we're going into the higher tier circuits. I don't exactly remember. We don't need the recipe for electronic or good electronic anymore. We don't need cupronickel or pyrolyzed oven casing or the oven on deck. Don't need to worry about raw aluminum. This is entering into some medium voltage stuff, so I'll keep it around. Kind of immediately transitioned to caring more about super tanks now, so don't need that. I investigated sponge off stream. I was like, man, I got this river. I would like to dry it up. And I'm wondering if this could be a way to do it without needing vanilla sponge from a vanilla sponge source. I would like to just take a wool and a slime ball and make this sponge. See if that does do the normal vanilla Minecraft sponge thing. Just as an experiment. Yeah, the solar grade ingots of silicon are intended for more transistors. Just keep the supply good. There's a wool. I think I kept slime blocks here. Now we just need a chemical reactor with water in it. I know just the place. Bonk, bonk. And we get item auto output. Goes to this chest. Hey. Check on our iron. That's enough space for 2 more stacks. We're gonna run out of oxygen in the chamber at this rate. I'm all for it. So, does this sponge work like a vanilla sponge? Technically, yes. With the unexpected caveat that the sponge is destroyed in the process. Well, that's annoying. There was also a tool with this. Yeah, there's this sponge on a stick and this squeegee. I have no idea either of their functions, but I am willing to try. So, next experiment is make a sponge and put it on a stick. That said, I guess it's okay that the sponge is consumed. It doesn't take much to make. Wool? Well, we've been making cotton for who knows how long. Answer pretty early into the stream. Series. Season. That's the word. And slime? We got an entire orchard of slime, which we don't touch because we really don't need the slime anymore. Used to be major export of glue, now we don't need it because we've evolved to rubber. And polyethylene for adhesive purposes for machines. That said, glue is not completely useless yet. It repairs our hazmat suit. Got any spare sticks here? Yes, we do. I am curious what this will do. Doot, doot, doot. Cool, I have a sponge. Now let's try to eat this. Ah. Huh. Okay, so it's a tool. That makes sense to me. It's a smaller range than the sponge block, but got more uses. Interesting. Still very temporary, let's say. I guess it really does expect you to mass produce this stuff. And I can't really complain to assume that is reasonable. You're basically supposed to be mass producing everything in this mod eventually. So what's the recipe for wool these days? Is it pure string? Can you get away with pure string? Well, there's dynamite. Yeah, yeah. Simple, efficient, 3-string, circuit setting 1. Easy. This is about we assemble all that we can. We don't have a lot of string. String is something we incidentally make when we realize we need it. Like if we're making woven leather or something else that needs like the fancy cotton. I didn't miscount the... I did miscount the iron I need. I only needed 3 stacks. I saw 6 iron in the recipe, but it's 6 half stack. Okay. My mistake. Not like the iron is wasted, it's just awkwardly in a separate container. Frankly, I should be happy about this. I over-budgeted and now we have an excess. move over the cassiterite sand into the big smelt. And then let's eat some more exotic foods. Like this cheeseburger. And this apple pie. We got a cooked turkey. Maybe 2 cookies. And this one we'll leave behind a bowl, but mushroom stew. Good. Chocolate milkshake. Nice. I was expecting a bottle. No bottle, huh? No bottle. Okay, we also now have a pile of raw calamari, which I could do something with if I checked what recipes were available for calamari. I guess this means I can take out this, and 4 of those. Take that and refill the iron. Stainless steel's been running for a bit. I should take care. Okay, it's not going all that fast. I was worried I would have to restock the oxygen soon, but no. I can still restock the oxygen. There's nothing preventing me from being a responsible caretaker and acting ahead of time to prevent problems in the future. Just making the technical statement that it is unnecessary. I wonder what I'll do for long-term fluid logistics in the future, because the world is already becoming a massive network of pipes, and that's just fuel. But like the big lines that are going everywhere is the fuel line of benzene and the water line, which is doing a lot of stuff over here. One could argue we could shortcut the water line by sniping this off and entering it here, but that's frivolous. Meanwhile, we're going to make 5 more sponges, and I'm going to make them into stick form for better control. And possibly better efficiency. Actually, we should make 1 squeegee. Don't know what it does. I'm making it. Boop, boop. Having this spare chemical reactor around is nice, I suppose, though it's only primed for doing stuff with water. You're low on copper foil, you're low on copper foil, and you're out of hydrogen. That's fine. Spong. Sponge. Weirdly enough, sponge sounds way too close to sponge normally. Odd that it's sort of wrapped back around. Okay, stainless steel is fully mixed. Ah, the smog is back. Boink it. Everything looking good there. In about 10 minutes, we'll have room to put this last bit of dust in and let it run from there. We're in batch mode, but it's not batching. This annoys me. Oh, whatever. Okay. Squeegee and then 2 sticks. While I'm at it, I should make some more torches because my goal is to dry out more of the river and turn that into usable land. So squeegee, that, and then let's say a bunch of handcrafted acacia to make a pile of sticks. Walk that. More torch. Okay. Sponge time. Buttle up. Doo-doo. That's the squeege. And then 2 of these. Because this is our final supply of sponge until I go about and make more string, I want to focus on shallow land. Because then we will get the most benefit out of... I'm questioning myself. Because if we do shallow land, we'll only get the 3x3, not the 3x3x3. We just go into the... just arbitrarily. Actually, let's try the squeegee first. What's it do? I don't know what it does. Okay. Like we do this. Like, that's a whole thing. Wait a minute. Okay. The durability it removes is based on how much water it takes. Though it appears to count flowing water in its math. So... I guess we do go back to shallow, but we try to avoid flow. Not always possible. Okay. Overall, I think we got enough value. I think it is worthwhile to convert it into stick form. I think you get more water cleared out of that. But only if you're careful and responsible. Well, I guess I have no choice. I guess I gotta get more string. Getting more string is not difficult. We have plenty of crop. It's not like there's a supply issue. The only issue is that it's sort of tedious and boring. But all it requires is a nice little trip down to the wire mill. I don't remember what circuit setting. I'm just going to assume 1. That'll make a bunch of string. We can then assemble it into wool. We can then get our slime supply and make more sponges. Has it been 10 minutes? No. But it has been some amount of minutes, and that'll make the amount of minutes we have to wait less. Okay, we still have the mystery of the squeegee. What does it do? Okay. We know how it's made. We don't have any statement on what it does. We do know what mod it's from. It's from Open Blocks. So, it's an Open Blocks squeegee. I have the sponges from Open Blocks as well. Pointer. Okay, Open Blocks. XP bucket, elevator, sponge, the fan, the block placer, the drawing table, pencil glasses. Given that this is a random object that you sort of just use around the world, I don't think I'm going to get any information from looking at stuff outside of properly contextualized guides. But I associate open blocks with building better bases tab, so maybe you can, like this. This is better builders. Is there open blocks over here? Chisel from Chisel Mod. Building. This is open blocks. Just down there. Catwalk scaffolds from the Catwalks mod. Railcraft torch. Galactic craft. Spray can. Later fill it with chemical dye made from sulfuric acid to color coordinate your carpets, cables, wires, and machines. But for now, I have a couple of freebies. I wonder. Okay, what was that? Redstone and an empty cell and assembler? I can easily do that. I have a theory. Perhaps the spray can. Perhaps the squeegee is used to clear the spray from the spray can. Like you spray something, maybe you get a stencil or whatever, and then you undo it. You want to remove it, you want to clean it up, you want to squeegee it. So, let's try that. This is not the type of progress I was expecting to make today, but I'll take it. How's wire milling going? 23, 19 remain. It is a 2-to-1 ratio. That's good. Compared to what I had before. Macerate it, you strong poisonous brew, chemical pink dye, chemical gray dye, chemical yellow magenta, etc., etc. Yeah, okay, you put in some chemical dye, which is sulfuric acid, salt, and the color you want. And you get it. So let's just try it out over here, just as an experiment. I'm going to use yellow. It didn't seem like anything happened. Carpets, cables, wires, and machines. So it seems like we may need a carpet, cable, wire, or machine. In that case, let's do... Okay. And then what happens to the squeegee? Squeegee is a failure. Okay. But at a glance, I can look at this and be like, yep, that's the water line, I suppose. Well, given the circumstances, I suppose that means I should put these away. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay, squeegee theory has not progressed. I'm just gonna look it up. Open blocks is a mod. Blah. mod pack. Open blocks. Squeegee. Squeegee brought to you by the official... Actually... Yep. Squeegee brought to you by ftbwiki.org. The Squeegee is a tool added by OpenBlocks mod. When right-clicking with it on a canvas, glass canvas, or any other blocks, a paintbrush can be used on. It will erase all of the paint from that side of the block. Clicking whilst crouching will remove paint from all sides of the block. Any stencil that's applied to a canvas will also be popped off by the Squeegee. Okay, so it is intended for use specifically with canvas. Canvi. Or things that Paintbrush can paint. So, canvas is real. It's made out of painting canvas, which is made out of stick, string, wool. I'd assume we want an open blocks paintbrush, which is a paintbrush, which is the Buildcraft paintbrush. And that is a stick, a wood gear, string, and wool. It's been so long since I made a wooden gear. How? We need our saw. Our wooden gear. Just start preparing the components here. String, and wool. So, wire mill. I'm sorry, but some of you's gonna have to be allocated for this purpose. Oop. Shut up. Okay, Buildcraft. We are now in open blocks. So, experiment. Can we just paint the floor? We can certainly try. Maybe we need to assign a color to it. I'm sure we've got something that functions as a dye back in base. Let's go with blue. Big fan of blue. We got the lapis for it. Somewhere. There we go. Blue paintbrush. Oh, is that the... I don't think that's the hex code. That's way too much red and green for what I'm expecting. I think that's just some weird hashed together code or something. I don't know. Ah, okay. We did it. We've painted this. And then we squeegeed it. Okay. So we can paint logs. Can we paint smooth stone? Can we paint this? No. Yep, that's another log. We can, and it's size specific. You know what would be fun? At some point, if I become really good at doing the stuff and like having paint infrastructure, I should have like a board, like a canvas board somewhere here that is also Excels. Like at the end of the stream, we conclude by me copying Excels as it is at that moment into the Minecraft world, where it shall maintain until the end of the next stream. That'd be a fun little activity. Okay, I don't really have a big enough area to do a thing, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and use some of the wall space down here. Maybe the floor? A little more room. Oh, this would be excellent room. But I'll do it out here. Okay. So, let's do... a little extra room. Okay, so let's chart it from this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Some of the floor I'm seeing is made up of gravel. We may need to substitute that, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to draw on the stone parts. I'm so confident I'm not even checking. Alright, let's do this. I don't even know if I have enough paint for this, but I'm trying it. I most certainly do not have enough paint for this, so... how about we go to lowercase? Oh, okay. That's interesting. So, the paintbrush doesn't get destroyed, but it does need to get reloaded. That's actually very nice. I think that's a very convenient, efficient, non-invasive way of doing it. I can even imagine some sort of paint bucket item that you just don't get back in, but I don't know if it goes that far. By the way, all I need to accomplish my objective now is just take some lapis with me. I can also do some simple cleanup here. Technically, cotton should go in there. We've got our saw. Screwdrivers also for longer storage. A little bit of vanadium. First vanadium we've ever gotten. I suppose because I've ignored vanadium up to this point. Okay. On you go. This also means I can unlowercase. That. We don't even have a sufficient vantage point, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Here, action angle. I totally have to open a stream at this angle. Maybe not next one. Maybe sufficiently in the future that everyone forgets that that's there. Alright, good. We finally learned how to squeegee. We've learned how to paint. That durability is the amount of blue on the brush, not necessarily the amount of paintbrush. Nice work. We've been stalling for time, letting the stainless steel cook, and it's cooking. Good. Suppose now's a good time for inventory management. The responsible thing to do. Truly, truly a triumph, all of this. I forget where the rubber sheets came from. Did we get them in a loot bag or something? Normally I don't even make rubber sheets unless I need to make a conveyor belt or some other thing that needs to conveyor rubber sheets. So now what? The juicer was like my project for today, and that was something we did relatively fast. And then we goofed off with sponges. We could make more sponge. Got the string for it. But aside from more sponge, what else is there? Let me look at my preparatory notes for today. Make rubber juicer. Sorry, rubber juicer. Ruby juicer. Check. Construct more gas generators. I technically did that to make the ruby juicer, but we could make more. Make electric tools. Right, right. I put that on the list because our wrench was about to be destroyed. And I said earlier I wanted to make new tools out of calcium. Quest for that is in the far left of tier 1. Here they are. Wrench and screwdriver. We could do low voltage, medium voltage, or high voltage. I think we should go for medium voltage because that's the power infrastructure. It's what the generators are generating right now. And I checked the tool strength of calcium was similar to cobalt. So we want a wrench tip Here's all the options. Really hard to sort through, admittedly, because they're just sort of colors and really long names. As you desperately look for something you recognize. Thorium, Weonite, Hafnium, Zirconium, Ptmig, Ademic, Steel, Fluorospar, Rudite, Magneto, Californium. Here's ours. Calcium. And I'm looking at the blue ones. None of them look like cobalt, so we're good here. Double checking. Alright. Interestingly enough, we have to make this by hand. 2 steel screws and a steel ring. Not a big deal. We may even have some spare steel for the job. That is wet concrete, not steel. That, however, may just be enough. Never mind, we can't do that. I'm a little disappointed about that. No worries. So we want the ring from here. 1 ring. 2 screws. And then I think that's a perfect quantity for a rod. Yes. Then we need to make calcium plate. Also store that for later. The ring, screw. Plate. We're gonna need the screwdriver and the hammer. We have the hammer. We need the screwdriver back. As for the calcium plate, is there any complication that would stop us from just making it? Fluid extract, solidify. Well, there's that. Well, it looks like you actually need to use the blast furnace to make calcium. No worries, just empty all that out, put in the calcium real quick, circuit setting 1, and let it run. In that case, let's check the screwdriver requirements as well. Thank goodness you can make it out of aluminum everything. And it's just a long rod. So, calcium. And then we scroll through until one of these isn't voided out. Oh! Gotcha! Okay, aluminum, electric motor. Also true here, but we're not worrying about that step just yet. Long calcium rod. Long calcium rod is 2 calcium rods put together. Couldn't be any simpler. But that also means we are going to need an extra calcium ingot. Which I will get. What's the oxygen count at while we're here, while we're being responsible? Ooh, just about half. Yeah, that. I should just put a pipe connecting the oxygen right to here. That'd be the long-term convenient solution, though there are other gases we will eventually want to dump into the EBF, particularly nitrogen and some of the noble gases. Now from here, low voltage vending machine is easy. I'm not seeing a fluid extractor. Oh, there it is. I guess it counts as a recycling method. Machine, you're on setting 1, no problems here. You're done. Stainless steel goes back in, circuit setting goes back to 11. Would extract that calcium. Turn it into rods. Oh, that took a while. Have I been had? So, fluid extractor recycling. Fluid solidifier rod. You can't fluid solidify it into a rod. Cancel the steel. Again. We're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. But that also means we're going to need another calcium. Like a very specific constraint. Yeah, this lathe cutting machine or the extruder. Okay, I understand what you want from me now. Your devious ploy has been realized. Calcium's designed for extruder tech, not whatever I'm doing. Alright, as you were. There's the wrench tip. And this is a simple forge hammer away from victory. But we can't use that one because it's piped into the centrifuge. I guess we could, but I'm not going to risk it. Just do that. And there's long calcium rod. We have the business end of our tools ready to go. And now it's just about the ergonomics. That is not true. We also need the electrical components. So, what do we need? Well, we're going to need 2 medium lithium batteries regardless of what we do, and it appears that we're going to need 2 medium voltage motors. Notably, I only have 1 remaining. That's everything we need. It's going to be a good collection of aluminum plates, small aluminum gears, some screws. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's call that 4 and 4. 2 screws. We'll have this to be bent in place directly. The rest shall go in here, become the small gear. And then this shall be converted into an entire collection of screws, even though that's sort of irresponsible. Okay, so a screw is 1/8 of a ingot. Weirdly enough, I feel like fluid extracting a screw doesn't give you as much back. Not the point, though. 2 of these, 4 of those, 4 of those. That's the tricky part's done. Alright, no, that's the easy part's done. I'm being truthful. Because now, we gotta get another medium voltage motor, and that's gonna require copper nickel, which we don't have. Anymore, I mean. Copper. Actually, no, let's do this. Classic style. I should be careful, we do not have that much nickel. And its importance in stainless steel and copper nickel, not to be understated. I think it'd actually be better for our material supplies if we went to high voltage part production, simply because we can dodge nickel in the recipe. It goes to being gold and electrum and stuff. Copper nickel. Well, nickel in general, I would say, is a sort of transition metal. I'm checking really quick to see if that joke landed successfully. Okay, the transition metals are the chemical elements in the D block of the periodic table. And then where is nickel on the periodic table? I don't remember off the top. It is! It is! It's a transition metal! I have successfully made a funny joke. Marvel at my grand accomplishment. Be amazed. I am someone who greatly appreciates when everything aligns and you can make such a simple joke that ties 2 disparate things together. One, the fact that nickel as a material is one that we've moved into and are trying to move out of in our conversion from low voltage to medium voltage to high voltage. And second, the fact that nickel is legally, scientifically, taxonomically? I don't know if that applies to metals or the periodic table. It's elementally considered a transition metal. I love when that stuff happens. If there was a chemist or molecular physicist or just someone who's a really big fan of the periodic table who was watching at that moment when I said that, they probably laughed very hard. I couldn't, because in the moment I did not actually know if nickel was a transition metal or not. But their certainty lets that line be the punchline it deserves to be. That's going in the highlights. That joke, that purely for the scientists out there. In fact, I'm timestamping that. I'm saying I'm DMing. I've just DM'd Lark on Discord to say, hey, put that in the highlight video. This is funny because Lark doesn't know what joke I just made, and there have been no plans for a highlight video up to this point. I think they will probably compromise by simply making a clip. Yeah, okay, yeah, I just got a reply. Lark said, I got you. I don't know. I don't know if Lark's gonna make a highlight video now. Last one Lark made, which was Clubhouse Games, took several years. I'm worried I started something. Anyway, enough walking back and forth, not really having a good idea of what's going on. We need to make the... Right, we were waiting on Cooper Nickel, but also we need to make the batteries. So let me just remember how to make a battery. I suppose the material you use is up to you. It's telling me, yo, use lithium. And I guess I'll use lithium. Even though I'm still traumatized from the lithium wars. I was gonna say transfermium, but that's not correct. I just wanted to quote that. Medium battery hull is lead and... what was that other one? Lead and antimony. So lead and antimony, 4-to-1 ratio, plate it, molten polyethylene copper cable. Simple, easy. Why are there two recipes? Annealed, of course. Subtle. Subtle. Alright, I guess we make some battery alloy then. Lead and antimony. I don't think we have much, if any, battery alloy remaining. Yeah, it's just lead. I'll take the lead. We need a use for it anyway. Antimony, it's a 4-to-1 ratio, so I'm going to do 420. Seems good. In terms of copper cable, I believe we have a ample stockpile. We only need 2 batteries. I'm making more alloy than I need. That's not an issue. Yeah, 2 of these crafts would be enough. Bend it. Cactus noise. Okay, then the big problem there is going to be the lithium. Do we have any? And if no, where the heck am I going to get any? We have one. Lithium. Okay, lithium. Where do we get that stuff? Lithium ore, of course. Tungstate, spodumene, and lepidolite. Actually, I think I remember there were quests I did not get the rewards for that gave me lithium as a possible option. I think they were in the power sector. Yeah, get lithium out of this. And I will. But then separate to that, back in... Wait, do we have spodumene? We do. Okay, spodumene, we electrolyze it, we get 2 lithium per every 20. So that would be 3 lithium. I'm starting to remember how much of a pain this was. Medium voltage. And remind me how much we needed for 1 medium battery? 8. Yeesh. Oh, we have more. It's not enough, but it's more. Free oxygen as well. Okay, well that's enough for 1. Just need to go the distance. Wrong tank. Where can I get more lithium? Maybe like power generation. No, there's not even a quest to do there. Bio, it's just a bonsai. I mean, I guess I can take the bonsai. Okay. So, oh, this is the sodium hydroxide other one. Okay, I'm making connections. I'm understanding. Apparently I'm on my way to biological diesel. Who knew? That's circuits, your thing. Water cell, empty, polyethylene. I'll take that. I didn't think to check this tab, I suppose. Well, it's a free loot bag. Let's see what we won. TNT! Actually has value. I think we're going to need to do implosion compression eventually. Lithium. Quest reward lithium is what I'm hoping for. EV, reusable battery lithium. Okay, how about... No, there was one about ore. It was an ore quest, I remember. Nope. No. Look for ore quests. There are ore quests here. I don't think there's ore quests. Back to tier 1. Nothing in tier 1. Here? Not going well. Okay, new plan. We could buy the ore, maybe. Unlikely. I give up. We have no lithium. We have 12 lithium. Of the two, I think the wrench is more critical. So I do not want to sacrifice on that. With that in mind, let's make the wrench and simply forego the screwdriver. Or, alternatively, if it's possible, substitute a lesser power battery. We don't use the screwdriver as much. You are a tier 2. Go in there. In that case, let's start prep. Okay, if we only need the one motor, we already have the one motor. So all that we'd be waiting on is the final item. So, wrench, general outline, plate, gear, battery motor, tip, screw on the left, driver on the right. Just the battery now. That in. Cable in. It is 2 cable. What's the recipe for less? Ah, okay. The size is modified also by the choice of cable type, so there never would have been any threat of crafting the wrong one. Then we go over to our very rarely used canning machine. Do that. For other sources of the lithium. Purified lithium. Helicopter. Spodumene electrolysis. Clay electrolysis. I think I remember this. Right. I did that. I wanted that. That's why I got the hardened clay from before. Either way, French time. Okay, back to the quest we're actually caring about. If it only counts as full, I'm holding it. Ignoring that for a second, let's do that hardened clay processing then. What's the ratio? So for 16, you get 1 lithium. We are 4 short. So for a solid 64, we should be in business. Disconnected. Launch it. Speed. A simple matter of electrolysis. I say, pausing the game. There it all is. We're gonna have to do something about that water. Truth, I don't care for it. I think the solution is just steal it. Dump it out into the ocean. You know, where water goes. Nothing else in there for a second. We just need to get the inventory assembled. Okay. Oh, right. We need the other motor now. That's okay. We can still fill this out. It's the battery and the motor. Battery and the motor, and we're working on those. We're working on them right now. May have gotten something wrong in the ratio. Right, it would have been 416. Oops. Get the lead out. Bonk, bonk. Plate sticks with me. Cable's going to be ready. One aluminum. I think I got 2 of these stations. Doot. That. There's our motor we needed. Which goes, I forget which place. I think it goes here, because then the battery goes there. Battery's prepared. Assembler here. Cable. The battery. We got the 8 lithium. Preempted in the canner. Check. Check. Now I have the room to get the other dust out of here for my benefit later. The benefit is they're not clogging the machine. There's battery. Here is battery. I guess they need to be not completely empty. So let's charge them a bit. Would love to charge him in the generator itself, but I will take the MV battery slot. Give it the bare minimum amount of power. Good. Good. Nice. Now we have a general purpose rechargeable tool, which I am recharging. As good as our cobalt wrench in terms of level of capability. Actually, I'm mistaken. This is a tier 4. We can wrench more things. I'm sure to have another medium voltage machine sitting around doing nothing, and I do. Charge that. Well, that's 2 big items off the list. And it means, theoretically, I can put these wrenches away into a more permanent storage. How did the cobalt wrench survive the onslaught? Screwdriver, too. I think that's still on the crafting table. Yep. Let's dump this into the ocean. No dice, huh? Cell's too smart for its own good. I don't actually want it. Oh! Unexpected result. Saved it. Now, if you didn't already have the momentum of this water flowing over the edge, you would be unflowing right now. Let's move the front line. Kind of on the border of my territory, so I will take time to sleep instead of just letting the darkness happen. There, slight improvement, and we didn't even use any sponges. We will, though. This thing is not pretty as it currently stands. But the tools are charged now. Calamari in there. Let's check some more of our random food stuff. Let's eat some of the bacon sandwiches. Good. Screwdriver is fully ready. Wrench is fully ready. Look at this, we got dedicated tools now. I can do stuff like this. And then when I'm done doing silly nonsense like that, I can just go over to a machine and be like, hey, charge me. And then it charges me. So convenient. Silicon dioxide, a little bit of alumina. That's bright light. Oh, we do have a lot of lepidolite, which we can get some lithium out of. Not a lot, but some. Curious. The EBF is still on. I'm worried it's running out of oxygen. But it's gotten to that phase where it doesn't make any noise anymore because it's been making noise for the past unit of time. Absolutely no concerns about our oxygen supply given the circumstances. But there may be a time where we're processing oxygen extensively. And when that happens, we'll be ready. With new source. I'm not even burning through my oxygen as fast as I'm making it. Our stainless steel supply is coming along. This does mean we can start considering making some of those high voltage nonsense. I don't remember if we have any high voltage circuits remaining. I think we sacrificed them all to make the IV ones. Yeah, EV even. Yeah. As for what I want to make, the vacuum freezer for the next coil upgrade is compelling. We could. Like the big thing is just regular input output hatches and buses and stuff. The recipes it does seem to be medium voltage predominantly. Though there are some bigger stuff. I guess in that case, the question should be... Wait, no, there was another problem. The problem was that this requires, EV level blast furnacing, and we're only at HV. So we need the high voltage hatches and high voltage power production. Or just enough medium voltage power production upstep. But that's a little wild. So maybe vacuum freezer is not as close as we want. But the recipe for nichrome cooling, if we did this, would have been high voltage. Okay, so it really just wants us to get the HV energy patches across the board. One for the vacuum freezer, two for the EBF to actually heat the nichrome. So, increased focus on getting the hatches. Other multi-block stuff going on here. Oil drill. The implosion compressor. We really want to compress stuff. This is the oil cracking unit. Hey, free stuff. I'll take it. I'm still admiring the possibility. I'm window shopping for maybe a distillation tower. Might let me finally retire the coke ovens with just the creosote for the boilers. But it doesn't really give us new, it just gives us more. It doesn't give us more of what we want, it gives us just other things alongside it. But maybe that is what we want. Ignoring that for the time being, loot bag time. 3, 2, 1. Aurelia seed. Is this... Yep, looks like it's a gold crop. This one in 3, 2, 1. A stack of wood screws and a zombie head. I think we just lost the roll on that one. Unfortunate. Giant pile of wood screws, I guess, has some benefits if we wanted to do some carpenter shenanigans, perhaps. It's not like useless. It's just not technologically relevant. Else looking good. We can put some sodium away. The tin's coming along nicely. This concerns me. How about I just preempt any problems right now? Get another barrel. It's just the responsible thing to do. It feels like it's refusing to batch. Okay, we are burning through my checklist for today. I might have to start just inventing goals. Oh yeah, before I forget, let's do more sponging. Just making sure there's enough sticks for the job. So that'll be 9 more sponges on a sticks, the most we've ever made, and that should be plenty to finish the deal. Really then, what is our next objective? We've gotten the juicer going, so material efficiencies there is high. If we want to start doing rocketry stuff, we would need to go... Well, we need a lot of things. Squid's evaporating. Well, okay, I imagine it's going to be a lot more transitionary things, but even to just start the quest tab for space, we need the mainframe quest complete and the high voltage assembler. So in terms of literal machines we need, the high voltage assembler is just sitting there ready to go. We just make that and it's made. It's expensive, but we can make it. It's not locked behind anything we haven't done before. The mainframe requires the advanced circuit assembler, which requires either the emitter or antenna, doesn't matter which. Same quest. Both of those require ender eyes, and ender eyes require a high voltage chemical reactor. Which means in terms of machines we need, it's going to be high voltage assembler, high voltage chemical reactor, high voltage circuit assembler. Which stinks. I think I'd rather hold off. Get more well established at this tier. And then head up. Maybe get some high voltage power generation. High voltage energy hatch. Start doing some EV shenanigans. Sorry, IV, I think. No, it's EV. EV. Wait. I recognize that. Wait, how? Oh, is it an ore? It's an ore. Okay. We're safe. We're safe. How would you make a vacuum freezer if it needs high... No. That's just for the coil. That recipe needs high voltage. You could probably do medium voltage to do the knack, I guess. But it does require the vacuum freezer. Wait, no, you don't. You don't need that. You just use it. Okay, you need the vacuum freezer to unheat the coolant cell, but you don't need to use the coolant cell as a coolant cell in the hatch. Alright. What is this coil? Fine energetic alloy. Well, energetic alloy. You are... Okay. You are black steel, gold, and conductive iron, or in individual components, you are black steel, still, gold, silver, iron, coal, raw silicon, and redstone. That implies that one of this is the redstone alloy. Iron powder silver makes conductive iron. That's simple enough. The black steel is steel, nickel, and black bronze, which is gold, silver, and copper. All of this is manageable. It's just inconvenient handling of dust. But that's not a problem. This is... We'll probably do knack with that. What the heck is this? Yellow. Yellow lens. Again, is there a requirement for... Nope, just medium voltage. We can handle medium voltage. I remember seeing a quest in my search that gives us that lens. You. So if we get the topaz lens, we'll get the air lens for free. How do we do that? Well, we can lathe either a topaz plate or an exquisite topaz. I forget, do we have a medium voltage lathe? If we do, we haven't used it in a while. I don't think I have one. I think we cheated by just conveniently getting a... If we want to level up the amber, we need to have that lens already. Do we have it? Actually, there's an easy way to check if we have it. Go to tier 2 and see if we made a tier 2 lathe in this quest line of lathes. There is no quest for lathe here. Well, now I simply don't remember. I see an electrolyzer, I see a mixer. Our assembler, circuit assembler, laser engraver, and cutting machine have been put into there. Nothing else isn't accounted for. There's our mixer. Fluid extractor and solidifier are here. That's just an energy hatch. And our auto workbench. Yeah, I guess we never made a medium voltage lathe, and I kind of remember cheating our way out of it by just getting a really good diamond that one time. Perhaps we should mine amber and just hope we get lucky. We need an exquisite yellow garnet. We don't have. Okay. I think I'm overcomplicating it. The first step is always going to be the first step. We need power. High voltage gas generator. Gas turbine. We could power it with steam, but we do not have enough steam. I think this is what we should do. We should make our first high voltage power. Maybe swap out all of these for... Well, no, because we... Yes, we can. We can step down. That'll save up all those to be used elsewhere to power shenanigans. Alternatively, swap out these for one high voltage, then a downstepper, and then the 4 amp diode. Begin the process. High voltage circuit, we need the capacitors online. And the transistors from the cooling thing. A lot of steps, actually. Yeah, that and fine tin, because I am certainly not wasting gallium on this. Plenty of resistors. Need more red alloy. And arguably electrum. This is going to go into the exact details of how we make these circuits. But we know our method. We're going to go with the processor assembly. The car's RAM and the fine red alloy. The integrated processor is also fine red alloy. Transistor, capacitor, resistor, capacitor, inductor. What are you doing? Done? Good. Then check RAM again. RAM is green sapphire. Make a few wafers of that. Another stack of capacitors done. One benefit, no diodes. Not needed. Let's make some more red alloy. 16 copper, stack of redstone. Absolutely fine. Wrong path. Though maybe I should extend that path to the left, like go this way under the coke oven so I can get to this side easier. I'm going for double. The sponges have probably been done for a while, so let's transition to that while we wait on the red alloy. I think I'm getting to a point where my general ability to have many things running at once means that I can procrastinate and still be productive, because I procrastinate on one project with a different project, and that's like open and available to me. Like I could just... Oops! Did not mean to do that. Okay, that one can just be celled. Cell failure. I know what I want to do. I want to fix the water over there. Just get it back to looking nice. Wait, did that consume the cells? Oh, I've been scammed. Should've just used the bucket. Also, I'm sleeping before anything goes like catastrophically bad. I thought that was just a lava thing, but it works for water too? Which is to say, it doesn't work for water too. Well, we did it. Water is clear. Now let's torch the place. I guess at this stage, the loss of individual cells like that isn't too bad. I've got stacks of the stuff. We just begin clearing out this part then. It's in range. Like we eventually want to clear out everything up to here or so, theoretically. But I'm definitely starting to feel like our effect on the local environment is not strictly positive, if it ever was. Cool. New land to develop on. Wonder what we'll put there. Let me just use the last bit of this sponge. Here. Fine. Fine. We good. Those cells are just gone. I'm sad about this. We could just cook it up. Well, let's just focus on the circuitry for a bit. I set something to make. Oh, right, the red alloy. You. Me. Let that run for a bit. I'm going to check on the capacitors because I figure it's gone to a stack again. Yes. Okay. Capacitors are very good. The transistors are probably plated by now. We now need the fine tin. An object which is no longer any problem. thanks to record amounts of cassiterite. Frankly, we may need to get more wire mills. What is the transistor ratio? 1 to 8. So 1 to 1 in terms of ingots. Also, who goes there? I think that might have been... Oh, yep. I expected a ghost spider. I did not expect an elite ghost spider. Fire, poisonous, regen, gravity, bulwark, alchemist, blast off. Just stab you. Okay, we need to make more glue for that then. Nice boots, though. It's a lot easier to repair the hazmat suit than to make a new one. We need the glue. I think the glue is just a matter of swapping its form for another form. Do I got any extra spare cells in here? I do. Glue. Glue in a bucket. 8 liters to 8 liters into distillery. Low voltage. We are going to need... 100. Okay, so 1,000. So 4. Wait, if it's 1 to 1, then why do I have a remainder here? Is there more than one? Did I do it out of fluid extracting slime balls instead of converting my refined glue? Maybe that's what I did. Silly choice on my past self, I suppose. Get a soft mallet. Actually, I think a soft mallet is right here because you use it for smashing food. So soft mallet. Looking for the exact recipe. Oh, of course it was glue on the bottom. How could I have been so silly? I suppose the rubber boots are not a problem. We can just mold rubber boots directly, but I'll include them anyway. Figure we could do at least some automation. Red alloy's ready. In terms of plastic boards, we're out. Means we have a separate need for more copper, it seems. Right, I can't open it like that. Oops. Easy fix. For the foil, I think I'll go with a more classical, regular hopper. How am I supposed to bend these without the bender? Answer, fluid. Very good. Up, we give it more polyethylene just to have good supply. Transistors, and these two should have a hopper. Like it's really, we've really started to actually practically and mentally hit the conversion point. Where it makes sense to just sort of provide simple automated boosts to nearly everything we have. Oh, right. A little bit of a hiccup in the process, but we fixed. We got some stacks of foil. Let's put them in the machine. Let it make its own plastic. I need more hydrogen as well. On-the-fly hydrogen is not simple for us. By my estimate, we can only afford to make 10 more boards. Okay. I think I've decided on my plan. I'm gonna make the high voltage generator. With that, I'm going to replace these 4 generators and use them elsewhere. One of the things I'm going to use them for is the water electrolyzer station, which will make the hydrogen we need. Along with more oxygen. Associated super tank for the hydrogen will come later. Most of it's going into this anyway. Oh, you're finished. Was it just perfect timing? It might have. It was. I did the math. Back here for now, then. Additional foil for additional stuff later. Put them in now. To the best of my ability. The stack of capacitor is probably done now. Yep. We're gonna need more space for it. We can't stay in high voltage sustained for long. Our benzene production won't allow it. We were full earlier today. And now we are most certainly not. I could nearly double production by simply swapping the 9 to 5 again. But the sheer draw we're gonna have with a high voltage anything is gonna be intense. This is very much like the first bulk processing thing that I have. And I feel like I'm taking it well. Hey Vega, how you doing? Good morning to you. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's gonna... You're reaching technical morning time for you, I believe. Frankly, a little surprised to see you here at this time. Fair enough. I'm doing processing. The pollution's back. Because I'm making a bunch of stainless steel. Several stacks of it. It is. Oh wait, I thought you meant the stainless steel. You mean the pollution. We got different definitions of delicious. Right now I'm trying to build my first high voltage gas generator turbine. Fair. I guess pollution being more of like an aerolized like material, a particulate of some kind. You could use it as the seasoning. Yeah, condom is more of a condiment. Yeah, exactly. I forget what I was doing. Right. The turbo gas turbine. That's very redundant. Okay, high voltage electric motor, steel rotor, high voltage cable, we'll get that. Machine hull. One thing at a time. Keep the rest around in case we need it. Just to say, I already have some. The motor. Electrum silver stainless steel rods. Magnetic steel. Okay. Let's say 8 ingots of steel worth of... Nope. Forgot to remove the plate mold earlier. That's okay. It's a cyclical. This goes back in. Stainless steel, are we good to just fluid solidify that? Yes. Can we fluid extract it? Yes. Okay, there's no problems here. I put in 8, so I should put in 16. If I overproduce motives, that's only a good thing for the future. This is gonna take a bit. While the transistors are coming along nicely, it's actually gonna fill the hopper. Take those out and move them over to the circuit chest. This isn't really a circuit city, I would say. It's more like a circuit... municipal territory. Unincorporated municipal region. Like circuit villa. Circuit like 3 of the buildings and a post office. And the post office is optional. Circuit census defined territory. Transistor's good. Any more on the cabling? No. Let's preempt and make like another half stack of red alloy. After all, we gotta burn through this redstone somehow before it clogs up the works for the gold. Need 2 stacks of redstone. What the heck? We just got an entire raid! Hello! I recognize your name. I think you're part of the Greg Society. Hello, I'm on the precipice of medium and high voltage, and I'm currently fighting what I assume is going to be a ghost spider. That's just who it exists at this time. At all times, really. Oh, maybe it's not a ghost spider. It might be a normal... Wait, nope. Yep, ghost spider. Classic. It is. I don't know what that means, but I agree with you. Let me give you the tour. Here's my EBF. I appreciate it greatly. Here's my boiler, powering a centrifuge and macerator. Here's my giant tank of benzene. Here's the oven for the benzene. Here's the clean room. Currently gonna make my first high voltage generator. That's the plan. Currently making several stacks of transistors for that purpose. All in all, classic Greg situation. If you've ever Gregged, you know how familiar this is. Here's my giant wall of chests. And some barrels. Here's my 33 stacks of cassiterite sand going into one infernal nether furnace for the past several hours. Here's everything else I got with it. Roasted iron and malachite. This is all malachite copper. Oh, good. The transistors are done. The capacitor, another stack's probably done. Okay, I'm gonna defer to your wisdom, but not necessarily your orders. Which thing is a steam oven? Oh, you mean just like a steam pat, like just a thing to replace the furnace. This thing. I don't think I've seen this thing. What are you? Melting up to 9 items at once. That does sound nice. Railcraft steam on all furnace recipes work just fine, but you cannot use it to make charcoal from wood. I don't care about that. Let's see here. 2x2x2, that is the 8. So 8 steel firebox. 2 high pressure steam furnace. Why do you need that? Ah, because it's the core, and it makes 4. So, boiler tank, what's the consumption rate of this thing? I've only got a 2x2 railcraft high-pressure boiler. I mean, all of this is pretty cheap. Wrought iron, steel, yep. Okay, you know what? Going for it. The experts show up, and immediately I'm uncovering new technological wonders. This is great. This is exactly what I was hoping for. First off, inventory check. Do I got any old high-pressure boiler, high-pressure macerator, but not the high-pressure boiler? It's made with the old furnace, so... Oh, no, that's a steam... I've never made a steam furnace. I guess I just never cared. Cool. Let's go down the list. Sponge bronze fluid pipe, brick bronze hull, a regular furnace. I can do all those things. Pipe's just a pipe. Small. Specify. Small one. Got any extra brick bronze hulls from old activities? No. Can I unbuild these to get those? No. Not worth it. Okay, some bricks, some bronze. It's more bronze than brick, yeah. Start with this one level at a time and just go through the tiers. Take those out, polarize them while I'm here. Then. Thank goodness the silicon is done. That's open for business. Oh, frick, I forgot the circuit setting. I can fix that. There, I fixed it. That solidifiers a... Okay, I don't actually have a storage mechanism for that wasted bronze right now, but that's okay. I've got more bronze to waste. Once the stainless steel rods are done, I can simply swap it out. Okay, while that's going, there are some heavy steel requirements for this. High pressure boiler tank, that's going to be 6 steel item casings times 8. That's going to be 24. And one of these is doing it. So that would be 12 steel if my math is good on that. For all of them, I think. Makes sense considering what I made earlier. All steel in there. Once these rods are done, swap it out for the casing. These plates are complete. Let's make that furnace. I suspect I need a wrench. I was wrong. It was hammer. Good. Next up in the chain of command, high pressure steam, we need steam furnace. That is a bunch of small pipe, what we have already in 2 furnaces. I don't think I have any spare furnaces ever since the war. But the furnace itself should be fine. It's just an assembler on 8. Oh, I do have one. I'll leave it for decoration. Oh, This is stopped because we're out of polyethylene. I say we're out of polyethylene. I mean that there's not enough polyethylene in that specific machine. Do that. It's a structure. Yeah, it really brings the room together. That's how structural it is. Another stack of capacitors ready. Yeah, we can't just leave. We can't just remove it. We have taken the feng shui very, very seriously. Okay, in terms of pipe, I may need to sacrifice making more. I got these ratios backwards. 48 copper, not 48 tin. I need to sacrifice the rest of the red alloy I was about to make, and instead get some more bronze. No harm in having more bronze. That said, while I'm doing this, the red alloy can be turned into more fine cable. Like so. You need a lot of that for the processors. The transistor's done. They are. Means I can set this to circuit setting 8, put this in, and get our 2 furnaces. I don't have a small pipe mode, so I am going to have to awkwardly make the pipes by hand like a chump, but that's not materially bad. Just annoying. The ratio is we get 6. And we need 14. Sure. I could splurge out for a mold, but I already have the regular pipe mold, and I'm producing so much polyethylene, it doesn't make sense to make these pipes any smaller. Waiting on 2 more bronze. Ah, wait! The stainless steel is... I knew I would do that. I knew it. I knew I would pull that stunt. There we go. I may have ratioed this wrong, and that we need double this. Because we want 8 overall. No problem, I've got the steel right here. I've used small pipes a little bit when I first was doing steam stuff. I've mostly moved on to regular. Though for item transportation, I do use tiny, but that's not a normal size pipe still at all. So, yeah. Small is just this weird in-between that you tend to not use anymore. Okay, that's 48's done. The assembly is just 6 and 6. Do that. Medium voltage. Okay, capacitor's about to have a bad day. Sorry, capacitor. I know you were really enthusiastic about making more of yourself, but I need you to pause. Put the foil away. And leave some room for some boilers. I am getting stable amounts of steam for the multis right now, but there are a few centrifuge recipes that will overwhelm this thing. So maybe it helps that I have each of the multis on its own separate line. And I only have 2 of them. There, the Electrum we might have. Multitasking my 2 objectives right now. Look at this. Okay, refresh on motor. It is 4x Electrum, and we're going to need 2x silver cable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know exactly how many motors I'm making. Let's just go for 32 on 4. Casings might be done by now. Nope. Halfway done. Meanwhile, I've been neglecting the bronze, and now we have plenty. Two. Occupied. 3 here. Hammer. Wrench. That's regular. I think small is one of the vertical ones. That's large. There's small. Sub coal boiler. The furnaces should be done. Here they are. Yeah, okay. The centrifuge's main threat is tetrahedrite. And some particulars, which I've mostly solved. Swap those, please. Something's wrong. Oh, I'm using the coal boilers and not the Blarnthal. Okay. Solved it. Okay, wrought iron small with plate and steel to match. I don't think I have wrought iron on hand, but I do have hands with which to make wrought iron. I'm just going to say half a stack is good. 18 for the pipes, some extra for the plates. 32 is overkill, but I'm doing it anyway. The Electrum might be done by now. Almost. How do you like my wall for making plastic boards? One of the more involved constructions of mine, and I'm particularly proud of it. I'm also just satisfied it was so simple to form together. Just this line and a bunch of pipes. It was my first major production line. At least at this scale. Thank you. Put covers over all the pipes, maybe fill up the wall a bit, and it just looks like a nice seamless line. Here's my juicer. Makes juice. Mostly ruby. Possibly chess juice. They do. It really makes it feel like you've made a thing out of constituent parts. Holding onto my mold. Shameful. Supposed to put them in the holder. Well, not this one. This one's shared by rubber, so it goes in the chest. 0x electrum. Now we simply need 2x silver, which we probably don't have. Not sure if I have silver in ingot form. I do. So 60. Good, good. What's left? The arc furnace should be done soon. The arc furnace has been done for a while now. Vending machine is available, so let's get the 18 and then 2 more plates. Start off with a steel because we know we need that. Rest goes in. That should be... No, of course I need to double this because it's only 5, so I could do this with the 12, and then the rest I put in there is just bonus. But that also means I need another steel. Bonk. Now the casings should be done. Yes. What else did I need? Steel firebox casing, which is just a lot more steel. So we need 8 of these. The frame box is just thick. 2 ingots per, it seems. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 8. That's a whole stack of steel. Thank goodness for the smelting. Oh, the smelting stopped. Guess it ran out of iron. So, in terms of the firebox, we are going to need... I blindly went for an entire stack, but some of this is going to be steel plate. We're going to need 32 steel plate. Okay, so I really should just bifurcate this. Oh, thank you, Donut X3. So this is all plated. The rest of this, by pure logic of it's going into the casings, shall be rod. Large math. I never got to play the April Fool's version. That's just like the Steam Revolution. Though that did seem incredibly silly and fun. Silver cable. Should be done by now. Oop. Pop. Code it. Lovely little coat machine. Seems good. This is the coke oven output charcoal barrel, by the way. All I'm using from them right now is the creosote, and purely to power this. Barely. pretty darn iffy. I should swap to the generator for a second. I haven't been using coal in the coke ovens, but I have been using charcoal blocks. I was using cactus blocks for a bit, but yeah, I've been informed of that. Here's my cactus supply. Simple cactus farm does some real wonders after a while. Don't have enough cactus to run it perpetually, but... No. I'm not farming the cactus for water. I'm farming the cactus for coke. For the steel. I don't need water. I got a reservoir. Important distinction. Okay, that's fair. I'm probably farming the cactus for water. This is the water pipe, this is the cactus farm. They mix. Alright, get ourselves some poorly placed pipe. Wrong one. Correct one. That on the line for a second so I can see it. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2. 2. And 2. Okay, all that leaves is the firebox casing, which will be an ordeal. And literally putting the pieces together. These are not foods. Please, self, keep them out of the... I have accidentally completed the Better Furnace quest. Fantastic. Don't need that, don't need that. Give me that. And what cable does it use for the high voltage? It's gold cable. I don't have gold cable right now. So I'll leave it in there. Okay. That's 8 motors. My mistake, it's 4. Left those in there. Oh, I have a hull prepared already. Okay. I suppose that would have been my first. That for a second. We just need the gold cable, 3 steel rotors, which is 15. How you holding up? 45. It's not a perfect estimate, but I do just approximate 1 rotor as 5 ingots. You get a little bit extra left, but you can just recycle that back into fluid whenever you overfill. Now I can't do this as this because the rods are still going, so I can't proceed yet. And in lieu of that, I'm gonna make the circuits now. Pretty much as I can. Station EV. We want processor assembly. Got some integrated processors, we've got some boards, we've got some RAM. It is the coil and capacitor. Those in, looks like we're going to be making 4, just based on supplies on hand. Here's some RAM. Capacitor and coil, stack of each, though I think by my math it'd be a half stack, and red alloy. There we go. As for the rods, can I partition these conveniently? If we're gonna need 8 of these, then exactly half a stack would go to these. So put that in, put these in here. It is circuit setting 4. Go forth. The rest of the steel will be done here, turning into rods. Those will be for the firebox. Before that happens, we want to swap to rotor tech. Make 3 of those for the generator. Circuit setting 13. That's very specific. I'll just prep it here now. Wait, none of you frames. Frames are done. There's our fireboxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. We speed ran that. So, what is the operating procedure for a thing of this caliber? I'd rather it not harm the setup on anything else. So even though it's a little claustrophobic, I suppose we're not using the rail tank for anything. How about we put it above? Right here. Hello. Any particular requirements for input to this thing, or do I just pick a side? I picked a side. Seems good. Yeah, no, there's plenty of space. Look, I can even walk through this. It can't possibly be cluttered. All right, Considerite, buddy. You've played your role perfectly. Now. So this is doing what exactly? Okay, so it's 1 from each stack. I see. I see. I see. I see. Welcome to your cold open. So I suppose that means, if I'm reasoning this good, is that 1 hopper should be able to fill that before it gets to the next craft. So take the barrel and put it on the hopper. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so we are... Okay, I see how it works. It voids the entirety of the steam inside, or at least some amount of it. And then it fills up as you wait. Okay, so it's 8 8 liters. Is that cutting into this? No, we're fine. Might cut into this, but we only use this to slice bread. Slicing bread is important business. Okay, we slice cucumbers and tomatoes and onions and stuff as well. Not just bread. But they're like bread product. Yeah, eight over the course of a few seconds is nothing compared to the others. I understand that now. Wow, I gotta get more ores. I'm gonna be smelting that fast. I gotta have more things to smelt. I gotta backlog the heck out of thing. That thing better be the bottleneck for something in the future. The rotors. They are done. Let's just assemble this thing here. Pop that. Forgot the gold cable. We need the gold cable. Hey, we have gold cable. Good job, past self. Bonk. Okay, now simply the circuits, which should have been made by now. Up. Beautiful. Two of you. One of you. Power! Okay, we're not done with the construction just yet. In order to do Operation Hydro, we're gonna need to make a transformer. Alright, I'm glad I could provide you the glory of the steam oven. Thank you for being its advocate and showing me the light of the glow inside the oven as it smelts 9 things at once. Yeah, have a good day. Guess I can stop lugging around these coal boilers for no reason. Done. Unlugged. So now we need a transformer. It's going to be a high to medium. And this will be for the EBF right now. Copper, gold. Oh, you need an inductor at this tier. Interesting. Didn't expect that. Cool. In terms of copper, we have the we do not have the copper to make the hull. Yes, we do. Illumine. Alright, so there's more than one use for the inductor. Good to learn. I'll go get 2 of those. Oh. There, 2 here. Then let's flesh this out. 2 here, 2 here. There's your gold. Here's your inductors. And last, but certainly a thing we have, the hull. I should finish making the high voltage hull. Just for later. Slap that here, and there's our transformer. Now we need to stop the... We got to temporarily halt our steel production. Got an extra box with me. Yes. Keep the things we're doing relatively close to where we're doing them. This is an interestingly different sound compared to the other steam exhaust noise. Like, specially made for that one. I suppose because it's a Railcraft steam machine and not a Greg steam machine. They had different sound artists. Okay. Power you off. Wasn't really a necessary step, but I did it anyway. Before I stumble into this, what's the good cable in high voltage again? It's silver. I have spare silver because I just made silver for this, so we need one of these. That's going to be awkward when I go to make more motors. We're going to lose benzene on this exchange, but maybe we don't have to. I mean, we'll certainly lose that much, but as for the rest of it, I think we'll be responsible and just clean out these machines ourselves. Oh, that takes a unit of time to do. What a shame. Honestly, I should just replace this entire thing with one super tank. Oh, I can just do this. The cells have utility. You shall be reminded of this. There will not be a test, but you will be tested. Mostly in just the general hardship kind of way. Okay, with this thing's power null, we should just be able to pick them up. Now that my wrench is no longer a cobalt wrench, it's harder for me to identify at a glance. Blends in. That away, put the ingots away. They're not part of this project. Okay, this pipe goes to the chemical bath. We want to keep it intact, but we can reconfigure it. We've also cut the one to the coder. The way this is going to work is high voltage down to medium voltage. We get 4 amps out of this. 2 of them is going to go straight into that. The other 2 go from here. This leaves the turbo gas turbine to go here with power in there and fuel however we're choosing to pipe it right now. Say 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And then tie it all up. This also makes sure that the chemical bath is still doing its chemical bathing, and this is now high voltage. One machine powering the entire EBF once again, something we have not had since the upgrade. The original upgrade, I mean. Nice zigzag. That's a diagonal line, if I've ever seen one in Minecraft. Ah, I see you found the controls for Excels. Congratulations, you've made a pixel dark blue. So, with that secured, we now have 4 more advanced gas turbines, and I can put the steel back on. How's the oxygen doing on that, by the way? Ooh. 42. So stacking 16, not enough to finish the stainless steel, but close. Power. This is technically taking more fuel to do because of the inefficiencies of higher voltage gas generators. But, you know, it's worth it. Alright, and with 4 more, we can now start making the solution to hydrogen. And considering this is the water line and we've just excavated this part as part of the juicer, I think we should make the solution to hydrogen over here. Oxygen tanks nearby anyway. How deep into this we want to do this, I'm not sure. This is turning into a proper room now. Instead of a hallway, I've just expanded it sideways, and now it's a room. Okay, so Project Hydro is pretty simple. I'm putting a bunch of electrolyzers down to turn water into hydrogen. Normally you would do this to also get oxygen, but we're good on oxygen. We get more oxygen from the Pyrolos oven than we do this. The original plan called for 4 electrolyzers all being powered by 1 medium voltage machine. And we can still do that if we want. I think I've ransacked some of the electrolyzers for other projects. Indeed, right now, we only have 2. We will rebuild. You're done with bronze, so go back to making copper. Failure to manage inventory is catching up to me. Okay, I vote we go for the full 1 MV. So we'll make 2 more electrolyzers, add them to the group, and... I mean, the entire thing is meant to be expandable. At any point, we can just add more electrolyzers and generators to the mix. So this is fine if we want to go with what we have right now, but we can go with a full unit of power. To confirm, what is the power draw of the electrolyzer? Because I want to use tin, but if I need to use redstone alloy, I'll use redstone alloy just so that the voltage can reach that far. I'm on page 3 of water. Okay, head to the electrolyzer. What do we see? 30 EUs per tick. Circuit setting 1. Another problem is that we're going to be doing... What if we do it like this? Circuit setting 3 instead. Regardless, we're going to be dealing with power. It might not be that bad, because one transformer can go straight in. The second one will just have, like, one cable, and then the third one will have 2 amps. Alternatively, we can go for not a line arrangement and have all 4 electrolyzers sort of encircling the transformer. That would be a nightmare to pipe. I'm going to go for the straight line and just accept some power loss and hope it's not enough for the entire system to go down. If it is, I'll swap to redstone alloy. It's what I got the coal for. Okay. Remembering how to do this. We need 2 more holes. Do I have tin cable? No. Unless it's in the backpack. Is it in the backpack? Yes. Fantastic. We're going to need more any... Ah. Forgot that needs to be emptied at some point. You bear with me for a bit. Then we'll need gold. In wire form. 4 is enough for 2 electrolyzers. And this one I'll just smelt because I don't want to deal with that inventory quite yet, especially when my inventory is so abysmal. No matter what you do in Minecraft, it always comes down to inventory management. That's like the rule. In there. For the circuits, we have some remaining from our old era. I need to recheck what circuit era we're in. Because we're about to be in a new one. The ways the circuit eras work is that I measure time in GregTech, or at least arbitrarily for no particular reason. By every time I need more electronic circuits, I will make a full stack of them using the current methodology. It's gotten cheaper over time, which is why I like to mark it with that occasion. And the next era is going to be important because it's the one we're going to transition to microprocessors instead. Which is cool and exciting. As here, the electrolyzers are ready. I am going to need better tin cable, 2x tin cable. No, I need 2 of them. So a pair of 2x on one side, one goes straight into the transformer. I'm also going to need to make that transformer. And then 1x on the other side. Or at least the electrolyzers need that hull, which I have not taken out of here, and now I have, so now I have it, and now I can put it in here, and now I make 2 electrolyzers, bringing us to a total of 4 in hand, equaling like 3 in the bush. I don't know. Okay, the juicer, we want some space from the juicer, but not much, because the water, the hydrogen, the oxygen, they're all here. Oh, I know. Let's... If this is the power pipe, we can pipe it over here and then put the electrolyzers on top. Like so. Water will be piped into the BAP. The hydrogen will be... Oh, wait. We have a problem. We're going to be dealing with 2 outputs, 1 cell and 1 fluid. Ugh. I can cheat this, I can cheat this, I can cheat this. I have the exact thing made for cheating this. But this does mean that this is going to be an increasing problem if I want to expand this. The fact that I have to deal with the cells as well. Where is the 4th one? The 4th one has the chlorine. $76. Where the heck am I gonna dump 76 chlorine? That works. This doesn't have an auto output like the other, so I'll just do it manually. You, on the other hand, are going to require some finesse. If we go with that option. We don't have to. I'm going through a lot of effort here just to not have to care. No tanks in here. Tanks for a storage thing. I would put them in here. Here's 32 worth. Great. Oh. Oh, that was a high voltage. Where's my low voltage? Where's my 4th low voltage? Not you. Ah. Right. It's this. So I guess, swap it for this one, I guess. And we're going to need to replicate this on the replacement. So the backside had a pump, which makes all the sense in the world. In fact, how about we standardize this by putting the pump on the pipe instead, and then having it import. Then the conveyor belt goes to the bottom. And we want it to export, but we also want it to allow input. We're going to need that for every single one of these, aren't we? Yeah. New configuration plan. Place them like this. Bottom will be power. I guess maybe the back side will be the water input. Top will be some output. This side will be another output. And just to confirm that this will work, want to see that working. Thank you. I will Gregnate to the best of my ability. Oh, we're gonna need some major logistics for this then, huh? Well, guess I'll make it. In that case, let's do the fluid tank trick above. We are going to need at minimum 8 conveyor belts and 4 pumps. Insufficient supplies. Darn. Well, I guess I know what I'm making. Let's say 8 there. 8 there. We're gonna need the copper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then tin to tape. Radia. Oh, right, there's still steel stuck in here. Right, and I wanted an open container to put some bronze in quickly. Mixer ain't busy. And this gives me a spare large cell to put that. Steel can be put away safely. Steel can be put away safely. You are all going to be rods. You need this many wire. And that many wire as well. And all of this for the good of the Greg. I don't even want to think about the pumps right now. I'm thinking about them. I'm thinking it. I have no choice but to think it. You scrambled it. Way to scramble it. People just learned how to use it. Polarize those. I guess so. I guess so. Well, I am fairly used to making the motors at this point, so maybe it's not that bad at low voltage. I'm making it happen. Needed 8 motors, I'm making 8 motors. Need more electrum. Give me a stack of gold and a stack of silver. I just make another 2 stacks of electrum. You need a lot of electrum to make a motor. How has this happened? We're low on silver. Oh, here it is. Found it. There's the motor. And I made these motors for a specific purpose. It was conveyor belt. Many, many conveyor belt. This isn't even enough motor. I just realized that. Let's make it this much at least. Yeah, because this is only good for one way. And I need... oh, okay. Yeah, 8 motors, 4 pumps. That was the math. And I just didn't double the motor count requirement. Yeah, I need more motors. man. I didn't expect the logistics of this project to sink me. Okay, well, at the very least, I can work on this. While everything's processing and going about its resolution, we can at the very least work on the actual build. The power's gonna probably siphon through this line, maybe, or... no, this line. It's gonna, like, funnel it under here. Now, suppose I funnel it exactly under here. This is the exact line it runs. In that case, we have something we can do. Low voltage transformer in here. This. Goes straight up. The new geometry of the base is confusing me. These go straight up. Any more plastic pipe on me? No, I need 2 more. Also, fill out this hole again. Oh. Forgot to actually put the generator in the generator. There we go. You're full, your power is going to the transformer, which is then stepping down to low voltage. 1 amp's going straight up, 1 amp is going through a wire to go here. 2 amps is going through here to up to these. Next. It tells me I put in too much iron. I think I put in too much iron. The excess is not a problem, it's just silly. And it may even be better to let it exist as that mistake, simply to ease problems in any future operation. I'm running out of rubber. Cool. Guess I better do the thing soon. It's been a while since I ran out of rubber. I'm already seeing it. I don't have enough tin. Let's just dump the whole thing in there. Let it. Get it. Forget it. Okay, great. That's 8 more motors. Our plan for this water is to electrolyze it on circuit setting 3. Which means that the side output will be oxygen gas. Separate to that, circuit setting 3. On 4 conveyor belts with allow input on. Good. That will get empty cells in there. We're also going to need empty cells for each of these, but that's fine. In principle, they go here. There's a ghost spider outside on fire. Did that so I can get more tin cable because I need it. Because we're out. Don't need the gold, don't need the annealed copper, don't need the copper. We're working strictly in low voltage right now. Though I will need extra tin for tin rotor. The rods, back to rotor, take those. Pin. Let's see what we have already. 2 rotor. do that. We need 2 tin screw. We're gonna need 2 motor for that. The allocated motors for this are these. We needed a pump of some kind. Yeah, we needed bronze fluid pipe, of which we have none. But we do have these. Permit me a creative use of my resources for a second, but... New question. Where'd my pipe... What the heck? That was weird. Just random Cooper nickel wire. Okay. Where's my pipe mold? Oh, there it is. That is some resourceful thinking. Pipes in, and then I believe it's just a smattering of tin cable. Great. Combined with the 2 pumps we already have, that is our total pumps. Now we need a lot more rubber plate. And with all of that, we can finally make the dang thing. Actually, I should remember, before I forget, let's get a bunch of these plastic fluid pipes, because we are going to need them. That in there. A bunch of other random junk I've been carrying around, but it's what I do. Yes, yes, yes. You. Perfect. Stop that just the exact same time as last time. Split those for here. This is going to be a similar story to the conveyor belts we've already added. 1, 2, 3, 4. The only difference is that they're on the bottom now. Okay, time for the piping. To confirm with myself, once again, because this is our last opportunity to change our mind. We are going with circuit setting 3, so the fluid output of the initial tanks on the bottom, straight from the electrolyzer, will be oxygen. Means we want these bottom to go. Not like this, not like this. Awkwardly, this is turning into the permanent location of that oxygen tank. But that's okay. Instead, we're going to double down on going under. those, connect that. Okay. Over this side up a little. Here's our exit. Then relight some things because it got a little dark. Finally, make the proper connections, all of these together. All of those down. Forget you. It is circuit 3. Okay, so all the oxygen from these four should now funnel their way down underneath this sector into eventually this super tank of oxygen, which shall be our ultimate source of oxygen for any other purpose. Next up, above it, on a separate... Oops. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Next to it, above it, on this line, shall be hydrogen. The hydrogen here, we don't have a permanent place for it right now, aside from it just going over to this. But in order to make it, like, maximally convenient, I'm gonna slice it in. So let's have it share the axis of its other side. That sounded like it could have made sense. Okay. So now all we need is the water. Water's going to come in from this pipe right here. And requires us to tear down this wall. Just a little bit. So all the water enters here. Connect these together. And it begins! Now, in principle, this should just work immediately. And it looks like it is. Power distribution should be perfect. Clear. Clear. I'm gonna give everything a second fluid cell just so that there's absolutely zero downtime. Also, there's like an Enderman outside or whatever. Okay, so what we should see now is the oxygen goes out, the hydrogen goes up, gets emptied, goes over here. This should activate. It does. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, we should also be able to see this increase. So 2744. Let's just say 44 at the last two significance. Should go to 46. Perfect. That's hydrogen. That's actually very good. Things are looking pretty nice now. We did a lot today. Makes sense, we are streaming for longer than I was expecting to. I was actually thinking of wrapping up around the 4-hour mark, but then the raid happened, and you know, I can't refuse a good raid. It's possibly unhealthy for me to do that. I'll try and kick the habit. But maybe next time raid sooner. It's not your fault either. Not the point. Not the point. Point is, shenanigans ensued. So, quick checklist on everything we did today. We got electric tools. We made the juicer. We made this. We made our first high voltage machine to swap out powering our EF. Should check the oxygen levels on it. It's probably been burning for quite a while. It's good that we restock it. We gotta use all this oxygen, this 2.7 million, before it fills up. There we go. That will be enough for the rest of the stainless steel. Aside from just waiting for the stainless steel to finish up and all else to just maintain equal, everything's looking good. Get these ores off of my face. Where'd the Enderman go? There you are. You're on the you're darting the edge of sand. Yep, there you go. Every once in a while you walk into a raindrop and just teleport infinitely for a few seconds. Yes! Give me your ender. We didn't get much, but we got some. Good. That's like a free ender pearl. Would have been better if they teleported in while they still had full health, but that's fine. I will accept this. Oh yeah, we also uncovered the power of paint. We've uncovered the power of sponge. We've uncovered a lot of powers today. Smelter is offline. It's because it's full of steel, not that it's empty of iron. That's a good reason. Yeah, big progress. I'm very satisfied with this. Hope to improve that progress in the future. Infinite hydrogen now is very good. It's not fast hydrogen, but it is hydrogen. Endlessly. All that sulfuric acid is going to be good for us. Now we just need to secure our sulfur supply. It used to be we had all the sulfur in the world for rubber, but now that we have a second use for it, it might be tricky. I'm sure we'll figure something out. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.